Chapter 15 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicola K. The Flying Inn by G. K. Chesterton. Chapter 15. The Songs of the Car Club. More than once, as the car flew through black and silver fairylands of fir wood and pine wood, Dalroy put his head out of the side window and remonstrated with the chauffeur without effect. He was reduced at last to asking him where he was going. "I'm goin' 'ome," said the driver in an undecipherable voice. "I'm a-goin' 'ome to my mar." "And where does she live?" asked Dalroy, with something more like diffidence than he had ever shown before in his life. "Wiles," said the man, "but I ain't seen her since I was born. But she'll do." "You must realize," said Dalroy with difficulty, "that you may be arrested. It's the man's own car, and he's left behind with nothing to eat, so to speak." "'E's got his donkey," grunted the man. "Let the stinker eat his donkey, with thistle sauce. 'E would if 'e was as 'ollow as I was." Humphrey Pump opened the glass window that separated him from the rear part of the car, and turned to speak to his friend over his square elbow and shoulder. "I'm afraid," he said, "he won't stop for anything just yet. He's as mad as Moody's aunt, as they say." "Do they say it?" asked the captain with a sort of anxiety. "They never said it in Ithaca." "Honestly, I think you'd better leave him alone," answered Pump with his sagacious face. "He'd just run us into a Scotch express like Dandy Mutton did, when they said he was driving carelessly. We can send the car back to Ivywood somehow later on, and really I don't think it'll do the gentleman any harm to spend a night with a donkey. The donkey might teach him something, I tell you." "It's true he denied the principle of private property," said Dalroy reflectively. "But I fancy he was thinking of a plain house fixed on the ground. A house on wheels such as this he might perhaps think a more permanent possession. But I never understood it." And again he passed a weary palm across his open forehead. "Have you ever noticed, Hump, what is really odd about those people?" The car shot on amid the comfortable silence of Pump, and then the Irishman said again, "That poet in the pussycat clothes wasn't half bad. Lord Ivywood isn't cruel, but he's inhuman. But that man wasn't inhuman. He was ignorant, like most cultured fellows. But what's odd about them is that they try to be simple and never clear away a single thing that's complicated. If they have to choose between beef and pickles, they always abolish the beef. If they have to choose between a meadow and a motor, they forbid the meadow. Shall I tell you the secret? These men only surrender the things that bind them to other men. Go and dine with the Temperance millionaire, and you won't find he's abolished the hors d'oeuvre, or the 5 courses, or even the coffee. What he's abolished is the port and sherry, because poor men like that as well as rich. Go a step farther, and you won't find he's abolished the fine silver forks and spoons, but he's abolished the meat, because poor men like meat when they can get it. Go a step farther, and you won't find he goes without gardens or gorgeous rooms, which poor men can't enjoy at all. But you will find he boasts of early rising, because sleep is a thing poor men can still enjoy. About the only thing they can still enjoy. Nobody ever heard of a modern philanthropist giving up petrol or typewriting or troops of servants. No, no. What he gives up must be some simple and universal thing. He will give up beef, or beer, or sleep, because these pleasures remind him that he is only a man." Humphrey Pump nodded, but still answered nothing. And the voice of the sprawling Dalroy took one of its upward turns of a sort of soaring flippancy which commonly embodied itself in remembering some song he had composed. Such, he said, was the case of the late Mr. Mandragon, so long popular in English aristocratic society as a bluff and simple democrat from the West, until he was unfortunately sandbagged by 6 men whose wives he had shot by private detectives on his incautiously landing on American soil. Mr. Mandragon the millionaire, he wouldn't have wine or wife. He couldn't endure complexity, he lived the simple life. He ordered his lunch by megaphone in manly simple tones, and used all his motors for canvassing voters, and 20 telephones. Besides a dandy little machine, cunning and neat as ever was seen, with 100 pulleys and cranks between, made of iron and kept quite clean, to hoist him out of his healthful bed on every day of his life, and wash him and brush him and shave him and dress him, to live the simple life. Mr. Mandragon was most refined and quietly, neatly dressed. Say all the American newspapers that no refinement best. Quiet and neat the hair and hat, and the coat quiet and neat. A trouser worn upon either leg, while boots adorned the feet. And not, as anyone might expect, a tiger skin all striped and specked, and a peacock hat with the tail erect. A scarlet tunic with sunflowers decked, that might have had a more marked effect, and pleased the pride of a weaker man that yearned for wine or wife. But fame and the flagon for Mr. Mandragon obscured the simple life. Mr. Mandragon the millionaire, I am happy to say, is dead. He enjoyed a quiet funeral in a crematorium shed, and he lies there fluffy and soft and grey and certainly quite refined, when he might have rotted to flowers and fruit with Adam and all mankind, or been eaten by bears that fancy blood, or burnt on a big tall tower of wood, in a towering flame as a heathen should, or even sat with us here at food, merrily taking 2-penny rum and cheese with a pocket knife. But these were luxuries lost for him that lived for the simple life. Mr. Pump had made many attempts to arrest this song, but they were as vain as all attempts to arrest the car. The angry chauffeur seemed, indeed, rather inspired to further energy by the violent vocal noises behind, and Pump again found it best to fall back on conversation. "Well, Captain," he said amicably, "I can't quite agree with you about those things. Of course you can trust foreigners too much, as poor Thompson did. But then you can go too far the other way. Aunt Sarah lost £1,000 that way. I told her again and again he wasn't a nigger, but she wouldn't believe me. And of course that was just the kind of thing to offend an ambassador if he was an Austrian. It seems to me, Captain, you aren't quite fair to these foreign chaps. Take these Americans now. There were many Americans went by Pebblewick, you may suppose. But in all the lot there was never a bad lot, never a nasty American, nor a stupid American, nor, well, never an American that I didn't rather like." "I know," said Dalroy. "You mean there was never an American who did not appreciate the old ship." "I suppose I do mean that," answered the innkeeper, "and somehow I feel the old ship might appreciate the American too." "You English are an extraordinary lot," said the Irishman with a sudden and sombre quietude. "I sometimes feel you may pull through after all." After another silence he said, "You're always right, Hump, and one oughtn't to think of Yankees like that. The rich are the scum of the earth in every country, and a vast proportion of the real Americans are among the most courteous, intelligent, self-respecting people in the world. Some attribute this to the fact that a vast proportion of the real Americans are Irishmen." Pump was still silent, and the captain resumed in a moment. "All the same," he said, "it's very hard for a man, especially a man of a small country like me, to understand how it must feel to be an American, especially in the matter of nationality. I shouldn't like to have to write the American national anthem, but fortunately there is no great probability of the commission being given. The shameful secret of my inability to write an American patriotic song is one that will die with me." "Well, what about an English one?" said Pump, sturdily. "You might do worse, Captain." "English, you bloody tyrant," said Patrick, indignantly. "I could no more fancy a song by an Englishman than you could one by that dog." Mr. Humphrey Pump gravely took the paper from his pocket, on which he had previously inscribed the sin and desolation of grocers, and felt in need of another of his innumerable pockets for a pencil. "Hullo!" cried Dalroy. "Are you going to have a shy at the Ballad of Quoodle?" Quoodle lifted his ears at his name. Mr. Pump smiled a slight and embarrassed smile. He was secretly proud of Dalroy's admiration for his previous literary attempts, and he had some natural knack for verse as a game, as he had for all games, and his reading, though desultory, had not been merely rustic or low. "On condition," he said deprecatingly, "that you write a song for the English." "Oh, very well," said Patrick, with a huge sigh that really indicated the very opposite of reluctance. "We must do something till the thing stops, I suppose, and this seems a blameless parlour game. Songs of the Car Club. Sounds quite aristocratic." And he began to make marks with a pencil on the fly-leaf of a little book he had in his pocket. Wilson's Noct Ambrosiane. Every now and then, however, he looked up and delayed his own composition by watching Pump and the dog, whose proceedings amused him very much, for the owner of the old ship sat sucking his pencil and looking at Mr. Quoodle with eyes of fathomless attention. Every now and then he slightly scratched his brown hair with the pencil and wrote down a word. And the dog Quoodle, with that curious canine power of either understanding or most brazenly pretending to understand what is going on, sat erect with his head at an angle, as if he were sitting for his portrait. Hence it happened that though Pump's poem was a little long, as are often the poems of inexperienced poets, and though Dalroy's poem was very short, being much hurried toward the end, the long poem was finished some time before the short one. Therefore it was that there was first produced for the world the song more familiarly known as No Noses, or more correctly called the Song of Quoodle. Part of it ran eventually thus: "They haven't got no noses, the fallen sons of Eve. Even the smell of roses is not what they supposes, but more than mind discloses, and more than men believe. They haven't got no noses, they cannot even tell, when door and darkness closes, the park a Jew encloses, where even the law of Moses will let you steal a smell. The brilliant smell of water, the brave smell of a stone, the smell of dew and thunder, and old bones buried under, are things in which they blunder, and err if left alone. The wind from winter forests, the scent of scentless flowers, the breath of brides adorning, the smell of snare and warning, the smell of Sunday morning, God gave to us for ours. And Quoodle here discloses all things that Quoodle can. They haven't got no noses, they haven't got no noses, and goodness only noses the noselessness of man." This poem also shows traces of haste in its termination, and the present editor, who has no aim save truth, is bound to confess that parts of it were supplied in the criticisms of the captain, and even enriched in later and livelier circumstances by the poet of the birds himself. At the actual moment, the chief features of this realistic song about dogs was a crashing chorus of bow wow wow begun by Mr. Patrick Dalroy, but immediately imitated much more successfully by Mr. Quoodle. In the face of all this, Dalroy suffered some real difficulty in fulfilling the bargain by reading out his much shorter poem about what he imagined an Englishman might feel. Indeed, there was something very rough and vague in his very voice as he read it out, as of one who had not found the key to his problem. The present compiler, who has no aim save truth, must confess that the verses ran as follows: "St. George he was for England, and before he killed the dragon he drank a pint of English ale out of an English flagon, for though he fast right readily in hair shirt or in mail, it isn't safe to give him cakes unless you give him ale. St. George he was for England, and right gallantly set free the lady left for dragon's meat and tied up to a tree. But since he stood for England and knew what England means, unless you give him bacon you mustn't give him beans. St. George he was for England, and shall wear the shield he wore, when we go out in armour with the battle-cross before. But though he is jolly company and very pleased to dine, it isn't safe to give him nuts unless you give him wine." "Very philosophical song, that," said Dalroy, shaking his head solemnly, "full of deep thought. I really think that is about the truth of the matter, in the case of the Englishmen. Your enemies say you're stupid, and you boast of being illogical, which is about the only thing you do that really is stupid. As if anybody ever made an empire or anything else by saying that 2 and 2 make 5. Or as if anyone was ever the stronger for not understanding anything, if it were only tip-cat or chemistry. But this is true about you, Hump. You English are supremely an artistic people, and therefore you go by associations, as I said in my song. You won't have one thing without the other thing that goes with it. And as you can't imagine a village without a squire and parson, or a college without port and old oak, you get the reputation of a conservative people. But it's because you're sensitive, Hump, not because you're stupid, that you won't part with things. It's lies and flattery they tell you, Hump, when they tell you you're fond of compromise. I tell ye, Hump, every real revolution is a compromise. D'ye think Wolfe Tone or Charles Stewart Parnell never compromised? But it's just because you're afraid of a compromise that you won't have a revolution. If you really overhauled the old ship or Oxford, you'd have to make up your mind what to take and what to leave, and it would break your heart, Humphrey Pump." He stared in front of him with a red and ruminant face, and at length added, somewhat more gloomily, "This aesthetic way we have, Pump, has only 2 little disadvantages, which I will now explain to you. The first is exactly what has sent us flying in this contraption. When the beautiful, smooth, harmonious thing you've made is worked by a new type in a new spirit, then I tell you it would be better for you 1,000 times to be living under the 1,000 paper constitutions of Condorcet and Sieyès. When the English oligarchy is run by an Englishman who hasn't got an English mind, then you have Lord Ivywood and all this nightmare, of which God could only guess the end." The car had beaten some roods of dust behind it, and he ended still more darkly. "And the other disadvantage, my amiable aesthete, is this. If ever in blundering about the planet you come on an island in the Atlantic, Atlantis, let us say, which won't accept all your pretty picture, to which you can't give everything, why, you will probably decide to give nothing. You will say in your hearts, perhaps they will starve soon, and you will become for that island the deafest and the most evil of all the princes of the earth." It was already daybreak, and Pump, who knew the English boundaries almost by intuition, could tell, even through the twilight, that the tail of the little town they were leaving behind was of a new sort, the sort to be seen in the western border. The chauffeur's phrase about his mother might merely have been a music-hall joke, but certainly he had driven darkly in that direction. White morning lay about the grey stony streets like spilt milk. A few proletarian early risers, wearier at morning than most men at night, seemed merely of opinion that it was no use crying over it. The 2 or 3 last houses, which looked almost too tired to stand upright, seemed to have moved the captain into another sleepy explosion. There are 2 kinds of idealists, as everybody knows, or must have thought of. There are those who idealize the real, and those who precious seldom realize the ideal. Artistic and poetical people like the English generally idealize the real. This I have expressed in a song which— "No, really," protested the innkeeper. "Really now, Captain." "This I have expressed in a song," repeated Dalroy in a very adamantine manner, "which I will now sing with every circumstance of leisure, loudness, or any other—" He stopped, because the flying universe seemed to stop. Charging hedgerows came to a halt, as if challenged by the bugle. The racing forests stood rigid. The last few tottering houses stood suddenly at attention, for a noise like a pistol shot from the car itself had stopped all that race, as a pistol shot might start any other. The driver clambered out very slowly and stood about in various tragic attitudes around the car. He opened an unsuspected number of doors and windows in the car, and touched things and twisted things and felt things. "I must back as best I can to that there garage, sir," he said in a heavy and husky tone they had not heard from him before. Then he looked round on the long woods and the last houses, and seemed to gnaw his lip, like a great general who has made a great mistake. His brow seemed as black as ever, yet his voice, when he spoke again, had fallen many further degrees towards its dull and daily tone. "Yer see, this is a bit bad," he said. "It'll be a beastly job even at the best places if I'm getting back at all." "Getting back?" repeated Dalroy, opening the blue eyes of a bull. "Back where?" "Well, yer see," said the chauffeur reasonably, "I was bloody keen to show 'im it was me drove the car and not 'im. By a bit o' bad luck I done damage to his car. Well, if you can stick in his car—" Captain Patrick Dalroy sprang out of the car so rapidly that he almost reeled and slipped upon the road. The dog sprang after him, barking furiously. "Hump," said Patrick quietly, "I've found out everything about you. I know what always bothered me about the Englishman." Then, after an instant's silence, he said, "That Frenchman was right who said, I forget how he put it, that you marched to Trafalgar Square to rid yourself of your temper, not to rid yourself of your tyrant. Our friend was quite ready to rebel, rushing away. To rebel sitting still was too much for him. Do you read Punch? I am sure you do. Pump and Punch must be almost the only survivors of the Victorian age. Do you remember an old joke in an excellent picture representing two ragged Irishmen with guns waiting behind a stone wall to shoot a landlord? One of the Irishmen says, 'The landlord is late,' and adds, 'I hope no accidents happen to the poor gentleman.' Well, it's all perfectly true. I knew that Irishman intimately, but I want to tell you a secret about him. He was an Englishman." The chauffeur had backed with breathless care to the entrance of the garage, which was next door to a milkman's, or merely separated from it by a black and lean lane, looking no larger than the crack of a door. It must, however, have been larger than it looked, because Captain Dalroy disappeared down it. He seemed to have beckoned the driver after him. At any rate, that functionary instantly followed. The functionary came out again in an almost guilty haste, touching his cap and stuffing loose papers into his pocket. Then the functionary returned yet again from what he called the garage, carrying larger and looser things over his arm. All this did Mr. Humphrey Pump observe, not without interest. The place, remote as it was evidently a rendezvous for motorists. Otherwise a very tall motorist, throttled and masked in the most impenetrable degree, would hardly have strolled up to speak to him. Still less would the tall motorist have handed him a similar horrid disguise of wraps and goggles in a bundle over his arm. Least of all would any motorist, however tall, have said to him from behind the cap and goggles, "Put on these things, Hump, and then we'll go into the milk shop. I'm waiting for the car." "Which car, my seeker after truth?" "Why, the car I'm going to buy for you to drive." The remorseful chauffeur, after many adventures, did actually find his way back to the little moonlit wood where he had left his master and the donkey. But his master and the donkey had vanished. End of chapter 15. Recording by Nicole K. Chapter 16 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicola K. The Flying Inn by G. K. Chesterton. Chapter 16. The Seven Moods of Dorian. That timeless clock of all lunatics, which was so bright in the sky that night, may really have had some elfin luck about it, like a silver penny. Not only had it irritated Mr. Hibbs into the mysteries of Dionysius, and Mr. Bulrose into the arboreal habits of his ancestors, but one night of it made a very considerable and rather valuable change in Mr. Dorian Wimpole, the poet of the birds. He was a man neither foolish nor evil, any more than Shelley. Only a man made sterile by living in a world of indirectness and insincerity, with words rather than with things. He had not had the smallest intention of starving his chauffeur. He did not realize that there was worse spiritual murder in merely forgetting him. But as hour after hour passed over him, alone with the donkey and the moon, he went through a raging and shifting series of frames of mind, such as his cultured friends would have described as moods. The first mood, I regret to say, was one of black and grinding hatred. He had no notion of the chauffeur's grievance, and could only suppose he had been bribed or intimidated by the demonic donkey torturers. But Mr. Wimpole was much more capable at that moment of torturing a chauffeur than Mr. Pump had ever been of torturing a donkey. For no sane man can hate an animal. He kicked the stones into the road, sending them flying into the forest, and wished that each one of them was a chauffeur. The bracken by the roadside he tore up by the roots, as representing the hair of the chauffeur, to which it bore no resemblance. He hit with his fist such trees as I suppose seemed in form and expression most reminiscent of the chauffeur, but desisted from this, finding that in this apparently one-sided contest the tree had rather the best of it. But the whole wood and the whole world had become a kind of omnipresent and pantheistic chauffeur, and he hit at him everywhere. The thoughtful reader will realize that Mr. Wimpole had already taken a considerable upward stride in what he would have called the cosmic scale. The next best thing to really loving a fellow creature is really hating him, especially when he is a poorer man, separated from you otherwise by mere social stiffness. The desire to murder him is at least an acknowledgment that he is alive. Many a man has owed the first white gleams of the dawn of democracy in his soul to a desire to find a stick and beat the butler. And we have it on the unimpeachable local authority of Mr. Humphrey Pump that Squire Merriman chased his librarian through 3 villages with a horse pistol, and was a radical ever after. His rage also did him good merely as a relief, and he soon passed into a second and more positive mood of meditation. "The damnable monkeys go on like this," he muttered, "and then they call the donkey one of the lower animals. Ride on a donkey, would he? I'd like to see the donkey riding on him for a bit. Good old man." The patient ass turned mild eyes on him when he patted it, and Dorian Wimpole discovered with a sort of subconscious surprise that he really was fond of the donkey. Deeper still in his subliminal self he knew that he had never been fond of an animal before. His poems about fantastic creatures had been quite sincere and quite cold. When he said he loved a shark, he meant he saw no reason for hating a shark, which was right enough. There is no reason for hating a shark, however much reason there may be for avoiding one. There is no harm in a kraken if you keep it in a tank or in a sonnet. But he also realized that his love of creatures had been turned round and was working from the other end. The donkey was a companion and not a monstrosity. It was dear because it was near, not because it was distant. The oyster had attracted him because it was utterly unlike a man, unless it be counted a touch of masculine vanity to grow a beard. The fancy is no idler than that he had himself used, in suggesting a sort of feminine vanity in the permanence of a pearl. But in that maddening vigil among the mystic pines, he found himself more and more drawn toward the donkey, because it was more like a man than anything else around him, because it had eyes to see and ears to hear, and the latter even unduly developed. "He that hath ears to hear, let him hear," he said, scratching those grey hairy flappers with affection. "Haven't you lifted your eyes toward heaven? And will you be the first to hear the last trumpet?" The ass rubbed his nose against him with what seemed almost like a human caress. and Dorian caught himself wondering how a caress from an oyster could be managed. Everything else around him was beautiful, but inhuman. Only in the first glory of anger could he really trace in a tall pine tree the features of an ex-taxicabman from Kennington. Trees and ferns had no living ears that they could wag, nor mild eyes that they could move. He patted the donkey again. But the donkey had reconciled him to the landscape, and in his third mood he began to realize how beautiful it was. On a second study he was not sure it was so inhuman. Rather he felt that its beauty at least was half human, that the aureole of the sinking moon behind the woods was chiefly lovely because it was like the tender-coloured aureole of an early saint, and that the young trees were, after all, noble because they held up their heads like virgins. Cloudily there crowded into his mind ideas with which it was imperfectly familiar, especially an idea which he had heard called the image of God. It seemed to him more and more that all these things, from the donkey to the very docks and ferns by the roadside, were dignified and sanctified by their partial resemblance to something else. It was as if they were baby drawings, the wild, crude sketches of nature in her first sketchbooks of stone. He had flung himself on a pile of pine needles to enjoy the gathering darkness of the pine woods as the moon sank behind them. There is nothing more deep and wonderful than really impenetrable pine woods, where the nearer trees show against the more shadowy, a tracery of silver upon grey, and of grey upon black. It was by this time in pure pleasure and idleness that he picked up a pine needle to philosophize about it. "Think of sitting on needles," he said. "Yet I suppose this is the sort of needle that Eve in the old legend used in Eden. Aye, and the old legend was right, too. Think of sitting on all the needles in London. Think of sitting on all the needles in Sheffield. Think of sitting on any needles except on all the needles of paradise. Oh yes, the old legend was right enough. The very needles of God are softer than the carpets of men." He took a pleasure in watching the weird little forest animals creeping out from under the green curtains of the wood. He reminded himself that in the old legend they had been as tame as the ass, as well as being as comic. He thought of Adam naming the animals, and said to a beetle, "I should call you Budger." The slugs gave him great entertainment, and so did the worms. He felt a new and realistic interest in them which he had not known before. It was indeed the interest that a man feels in a mouse in a dungeon, the interest of any man tied by the leg and forced to see the fascination of small things. Creatures of the wormy kind, especially, crept out at very long intervals. Yet he found himself waiting patiently for hours for the pleasure of their acquaintance. One of them rather specially arrested his eye, because it was a little longer than most worms, and seemed to be turning its head in the direction of the donkey's left foreleg. Also, it had a head to turn, which most worms have not. Dorian Wimpole did not know much about exact natural history, except what he had once got up very thoroughly from an encyclopedia for the purposes of a sympathetic villanelle. But as this information was entirely concerned with the conjectural causes of laughter in the hyena, it was not directly helpful in this case. But though he did not know much natural history, he knew some. He knew enough to know that a worm ought not to have a head, and especially not a squared and flattened head, shaped like a spade or a chisel. He knew enough to know that a creeping thing with a head of that pattern survives in the English countrysides, though it is not common. In short, he knew enough to step across the road and set a sharp and savage boot heel on the neck and spine of the creature, breaking it into 3 black bits that writhed once more before they stiffened. Then he gave out a great explosive sigh. The donkey, whose leg had been in such danger, looked at the dead adder with eyes that had never lost their moony mildness. Even Dorian himself looked at it for a long time, and with feelings he could neither arrest nor understand, before he remembered that he had been comparing the little wood to Eden. "And even in Eden," he said at last. And then the words of Fitzgerald failed upon his lips. And while he was warring with such words and thoughts, something happened about him and behind him. Something he had written about 100 times and read about 1,000. Something he had never seen in his life. It flung faintly across the broad foliage a wan and pearly light, far more mysterious than the lost moonshine. It seemed to enter through all the doors and windows of the woodland, pale and silent, but confident, like men that keep a tryst. Soon its white robes had threads of gold and scarlet, and the name of it was Morning. For some time past, loud and in vain, all the birds had been singing to the poet of the birds. But when that minstrel actually saw broad daylight breaking over wood and road, the effect on him was somewhat curious. He stood staring at it in gaping astonishment until it had fulfilled the fullness of its shining fate, and the pine cones and the curling ferns and the live donkey and the dead viper were almost as distinct as they could be at noon, or even in a pre-Raphaelite picture. And then the fourth mood fell upon him like a bolt from the blue, and he strode across and took the donkey's bridle as if to lead it along. "Damn it all!" he cried, in a voice as cheerful as the cock-crow that rang recently from the remote village. "It's not everybody who's killed a snake." Then he added reflectively, "I bet Dr. Gluck never did. Come along, donkey, let's have some adventures." The finding and fighting of positive evil is the beginning of all fun, and even of all farce. All the wild woodland looked jolly now the snake was killed. It was one of the fallacies of his literary clique to refer all natural emotions to literary names, but it might not untruly be said that he had passed out of the mood of Maeterlinck into the mood of Whitman, and out of the mood of Whitman into the mood of Stevenson. He had not been a hypocrite when he asked for gilded birds of Asia, or purple polypi out of the southern seas. He was not a hypocrite now when he asked for mere comic adventures along a common English road. It was his misfortune and not his fault if his first adventure was his last, and was much too comic to laugh at. Already the wan morning had warmed into a pale blue, and was spotted with those little plump pink clouds which must surely have been the origin of the story that pigs might fly. The insects of the grass chattered so cheerfully that every green tongue seemed to be talking. The skyline on every side was broken only by objects that encouraged such swashbucklering comedy. There was a windmill that Chaucer's miller might have inhabited, or Cervantes' champion charged. There was an old leaden church spire that might have been climbed by Robert Clive. Away toward Pebblewick and the sea, there were the 2 broken stumps of wood which Humphrey Pump declares to this day to have been the stands for an unsuccessful children's swing, but which tourists always accept as the remains of the antique gallows. In the gaiety of such surroundings, it is small wonder if Dorian and the donkey stepped briskly along the road. The very donkey reminded him of Sancho Panza. He did not wake out of this boisterous reverie of the white road and the wind till a motor horn had first hooted and then howled, till the ground had shaken with the shock of a stoppage, and till a human hand fell heavily and tightly on his shoulder. He looked up and saw the complete costume of a police inspector. He did not worry about the face, and there fell on him the 5th or unexpected mood, which is called by the vulgar astonishment. In despair he looked at the motor car itself that had anchored so abruptly under the opposite hedge. The man at the steering wheel was so erect and unresponsive that Dorian felt sure he was feasting his eyes on yet another policeman. But on the seat behind was a very different figure, a figure that baffled him all the more because he felt certain he had seen it somewhere. The figure was long and slim with sloping shoulders, and the costume, which was untidy, yet contrived to give the impression that it was tidy on other occasions. The individual had bright yellow hair, one lock of which stuck straight up and was exalted, like the little horn in his favourite scriptures. Another tuft of it, in a bright but blinding manner, fell across and obscured the left optic, as in literal fulfilment of the parable of a beam in the eye. The eyes, with or without beams in them, looked a little bewildered, and the individual was always nervously resettling his necktie. For the individual went by the name of Hibbs, and had only recently recovered from experiences wholly new to him. "What on earth do you want?" asked Wimpole of the policeman. His innocent and startled face, and perhaps other things about his appearance, evidently caused the inspector to waver. "Well, it's about this 'ere donkey, sir," he said. "Do you think I stole it?" cried the indignant aristocrat. "Well, of all the mad world! A pack of thieves steal my limousine, I save their damned donkey's life at the risk of my own, and I'm run in for stealing." The clothes of the indignant aristocrat probably spoke louder than his tongue. The officer dropped his hand, and after consulting some papers in his hand, walked across to consult with the unkempt gentleman in the car. "That seems to be a similar cart and donkey," Dorian heard him saying, "but the clothes don't seem to fit your description of the men you saw." Now Mr. Hibbs had extremely vague and wild recollections of the men he saw. He could not even tell what he had done and what he had merely dreamed. If he had spoken sincerely, he would have described a sort of green nightmare of forests, in which he found himself in the power of an ogre about 12 feet high, with scarlet flames for hair, and dressed rather like Robin Hood. But a long course of what is known as keeping the party together had made it as unnatural to him to tell anyone, even himself, what he really thought about anything, as it would have been to spit or to sing. He had at present only 3 motives and strong resolves. 1. Not to admit that he had been drunk. 2. Not to let anyone escape whom Lord Ivywood might possibly want to question. And 3. Not to lose his reputation for sagacity and tact. "This party has a brown velvet suit, you see, and a fur overcoat," the inspector continued, "and in the notes I have from you, you say the man wore a uniform." "When we say uniform," said Mr. Hibbs, frowning intellectually, "when we say uniform, of course we must distinguish some of our friends who don't quite see eye to eye with us, you know," and he smiled with tender leniency. "Some of our friends wouldn't like it called a uniform, perhaps. But, of course, well, it wasn't a police uniform, for instance." "Ha! Ha!" "I should hope not," said the official shortly. "So, in a way, however," said Hibbs, clutching his verbal talisman at last, "it might be brown velvet in the dark." The inspector replied to this helpful suggestion with some wonder. "But it was a moon, like limelight," he protested. "Yars, yars!" cried Hibbs in a high tone that can only be described as a hasty drawl. "Yars, discolours everything, of course, the flowers and things." "But look here," said the inspector, "you said the principal man's hair was red." A blonde type," said Hibbs, waving his hand with a solemn lightness. "Reddish, yellowish, brownish sort of hair, you know." Then he shook his head and said with the heaviest solemnity the word was capable of carrying, "Teutonic, purely Teutonic." The inspector began to feel some wonder that, even in the confusion following on Lord Ivywood's fall, he had been put under the guidance of this particular guide. The truth was that Leveson, once more masking his own fears under his usual parade of hurry, had found Hibbs at a table by an open window, with wild hair and sleepy eyes, picking himself up with some sort of medicine. Finding him already fairly clear-headed in a dreary way, he had not scrupled to use the remains of his bewilderment to despatch him with the police in the first pursuit. Even the mind of a semi-recovered drunkard, he thought, could be trusted to recognize anyone so unmistakable as the captain. But though the diplomatist's debauch was barely over, his strange, soft fear and cunning were awake. He felt fairly certain the man in the fur coat had something to do with the mystery, as men with fur coats do not commonly wander about with donkeys. He was afraid of offending Lord Ivywood, and at the same time afraid of exposing himself to a policeman. "You have large discretion," he said gravely. "Very right you should have large discretion in the interests of the public. I think you would be quite authorized for the present in preventing the man's escape." "And the other man?" inquired the officer with knitted brow. "Do you suppose he has escaped?" "The other man," repeated Hibbs, however, regarding the distant windmill through the half-closed lids, as if this were a new fine shade introduced into an already delicate question. "Well, hang it all," said the police officer, "you must know whether there were two men or one." Gradually it dawned, in a grey dawn of horror, over the brain of Hibbs that this was what he specially couldn't know. He had always heard and read in comic papers that a drunken man sees double and beholds two lamp posts, one of which is, as the higher critic would have said, purely subjective. For all he knew, being a mere novice, inebriation might produce the impression of the two men in his dreamlike adventure, when in truth there had only been one. "Two men, you know, one man," he said with a sort of moody carelessness. "Well, we can go into their numbers later. They can't have a very large following." Here he shook his head very firmly. "Quite impossible. And as the late Lord Goschen used to say, you can prove anything by statistics." And here came an interruption from the other side of the road. "And how long am I to wait here for you and your Goschens, you silly goat?" were the intemperate wood notes issuing from the poet of the birds. "I'm shot if I'll stand this. Come along, donkey, and let's pray for a better adventure next time. These are very inferior specimens of your own race." And seizing the bridle of the ass again, he strode past them swiftly, and almost as if urging the animal to a gallop. Unfortunately, this disdainful dash for liberty was precisely what was wanting to weigh down the rocking intelligence of the inspector on the wrong side. If Wimpole had stood still a minute or two longer, the official, who was no fool, might have ended in disbelieving Hibbs's story altogether. As it was, there was a scuffle, not without blows on both sides, and eventually the Honourable Dorian Wimpole, donkey and all, was marched off to the village, in which there was a police station, in which was a temporary cell, in which a sixth mood was experienced. His complaints, however, were at once so clamorous and so convincing, and his coat was so unquestionably covered with fur, that after some questioning and cross purposes they agreed to take him in the afternoon to Ivywood House, where there was a magistrate incapacitated by a shot only recently extracted from his leg. They found Lord Ivywood lying on a purple ottoman in the midst of his Chinese puzzle of Oriental apartments. He continued to look away as they entered, as if expecting with Roman calm the entrance of a recognized enemy. But Lady Enid Wimpole, who was attending to the wants of the invalid, gave a sharp cry of astonishment, and the next moment the three cousins were looking at each other. One could almost have guessed they were cousins, all being, as Mr. Hibbs subtly put it, a blonde type. But two of the blonde types expressed amazement, and one blonde type merely rage. "I am sorry, Dorian," said Ivywood when he had heard the whole story. "These fanatics are capable of anything, I fear, and you very rightly resent their stealing your car." "You are wrong, Philip," answered the poet emphatically. "I do not even faintly resent their stealing my car. What I do resent is the continued existence on God's earth of this fool," pointing to the serious Hibbs, "and of that fool," pointing to the inspector, "and, yes, by thunder, of that fool too," and he pointed straight at Lord Ivywood. "And I tell you frankly, Philip, if there really are, as you say, two men who are bent on smashing your schemes and making your life a hell, I am very happy to put my car at their disposal. And now I'm off." "You'll stop to dinner?" inquired Ivywood with frigid forgiveness. "No, thanks," said the disappearing bard. "I'm going up to town." The seventh mood of Dorian Wimpole had a grand finale at the Cafe Royal, and consisted largely of oysters. End of chapter 16. Recording by Nicola K.
Chapter 17 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 17. The Poet in Parliament. During the singular entrance and exit of Dorian Wimpole, M.P., J.P., etc., Lady Joan was looking out of the magic casements of that turret room which was now literally, and not only poetically, the last limit of Ivywood House. The old broken hole and black staircase up which the lost dog Quoodle used to come and go, had long ago been sealed up and cemented with a wall of exquisite Eastern workmanship. All through the patterns Lord Ivywood had preserved and repeated the principle that no animal shape must appear. But like all lucid dogmatists, he perceived all the liberties his dogma allowed him, and he irradiated this remote end of Ivywood with sun and moon and solar and starry systems, with the Milky Way for a dado and a few comets for comic relief. The thing was well done of its kind, as were all the things that Philip Ivywood got done for him, and if all the windows of the turret were closed with their peacock curtains, a poet with anything like a Hibbsian appreciation of the family champagne might almost fancy he was looking out across the sea on a night crowded with stars. And, what was yet more important, even Misysra, that exact thinker, could not call the moon a live animal without falling into idolatry. But Joan, looking out of real windows on a real sky and sea, thought no more about the astronomical wallpaper than about any other wallpaper. She was asking herself in sullen emotionalism, and for the 1000th time, a question she had never been able to decide. It was the final choice between an ambition and a memory, and there was this heavy weight in the scale, that the ambition would probably materialize, and the memory probably wouldn't. It has been the same weight in the same scale 1,000,000 times since Satan became the prince of this world. But the evening stars were strengthening over the old seashore, and they also wanted weighing, like diamonds. As once before at the same stage of brooding, she heard behind her the swish of Lady Enid's skirts, that never came so fast, save for a serious cause. "Joan, please do come. Nobody but you, I do believe, could move him." Joan looked at Lady Enid and realized that the lady was close on crying. She turned a trifle pale, and asked quietly for the question. "Philip says he's going to London now, with that leg and all," cried Enid, "and he won't let us say a word." "But how did it all happen?" asked Joan. Lady Enid Wimpole was quite incapable of explaining how it all happened, so the task must for the moment devolve on the author. The simple fact was that Ivywood, in the course of turning over magazines on his sofa, happened to look at a paper from the Midlands. "The Turkish news," said Mr. Leveson, rather nervously, "is on the other side of the page." But Lord Ivywood continued to look at the side of the paper that did not contain the Turkish news, with the same dignity of lowered eyelids and unconscious brow with which he had looked at the captain's message when Joan found him by the turret. On the page covered merely with casual provincial happenings was a paragraph: "Echo of Pebblewick mystery. Reported reappearance of the Vanishing Inn." Underneath was printed in smaller letters: "An almost incredible report from Whittington announces that the mysterious sign of the old ship has once more been seen in this country, though it has long been relegated by scientific investigators to the limbo of old rustic superstitions. According to the local version, Mr. Simmons, a dairyman of Whittington, was serving in his shop when two motorists entered, one of them asking for a glass of milk. They were in the most impenetrable motoring panoply, with darkened goggles and waterproof collars turned up so that nothing can be recalled of them personally except that one was a person of unusual stature. In a few moments this latter individual went out of the shop again and returned with a miserable specimen out of the street, one of the tattered loafers that linger about our most prosperous towns, tramping the streets all night, and even begging in defiance of the police. The filth and disease of the creature were so squalid that Mr. Simmons at first refused to serve him with the glass of milk which the taller motorist wished to provide for him. At length, however, Mr. Simmons consented, and was immediately astonished by an incident against which he certainly had a more assured right to protest. The taller motorist, saying to the loafer, "But, man, you're blue in the face," made a species of signs to the smaller motorist, who thereupon appears to have pierced a sort of cylindrical trunk or chest that seemed to be his only luggage, and drawn from it a few drops of a yellow liquid which he deliberately dropped into the ragged creature's milk. It was afterward discovered to be rum, and the protests of Mr. Simmons may be imagined. The tall motorist, however, warmly defended his action, having apparently some wild idea that he was doing an act of kindness. "Why, I found the man nearly fainting," he said. "If you'd picked him off a raft, he couldn't be more collapsed with cold and sickness, and if you'd picked him off a raft, you'd have given him rum. Yes, by St. Patrick, if you were a bloody pirate and made him walk the plank afterward." Mr. Simmons replied with dignity that he did not know how it was with rafts, and could not permit such language in his shop. He added that he would lay himself open to a police prosecution if he permitted the consumption of alcohol in his shop, since he did not display a sign. The motorist then made the amazing reply, "But you do display a sign, you jolly old man. Did you think I couldn't find my way to the sign of the Old Ship, you sly boots?" Mr. Simmons was now fully convinced of the intoxication of his visitors, and, refusing a glass of rum rather boisterously offered him, went outside his shop to look round for a policeman. To his surprise, he found the officer engaged in dispersing a considerable crowd, which was staring up at some object behind him. On looking round, he states in his deposition, he saw what was undoubtedly one of the low tavern signs at one time common in England. He was wholly unable to explain its presence outside his premises, and as it undoubtedly legalized the motorist's action, the police declined to move in the matter. Later, the two motorists have apparently left the town unmolested, in a small second-hand two-seater. There is no clue to their destination except it be indicated by a single incident. It appears that when they were waiting for the second glass of milk, one of them drew attention to a milk can of a shape seemingly unfamiliar to him, which was, of course, the mountain milk now so much recommended by doctors. The taller motorist, who seemed in every way strangely ignorant of modern science and social life, asked his companion where it came from, receiving, of course, the reply that it is manufactured in the model village of Peaceways, under the personal superintendence of its distinguished and philanthropic inventor, Dr. Meadows. Upon this, the taller person, who appeared highly irresponsible, actually bought the whole can, observing, as he tucked it under his arm, that it would help him to remember the address. Later, our readers will be glad to hear that the legend of the Old Ship sign has once more yielded to the wholesome skepticism of science. Our representative reached Whittington after the practical jokers, or whatever they were, had left, but he searched the whole frontage of Mr. Simmons's shop, and we are in a position to assure the public that there is no trace of the alleged sign. Lord Ivywood laid down the newspaper, and looked at the rich and serpentine embroideries on the wall, with the expression that a great general might have if he saw a chance of really ruining his enemy, if he would also ruin all his previous plans of campaign. His pallid and classic profile was as immovable as a cameo, but anyone who had known him at all would have known that his brain was going like a motor car that had broken the speed limit long ago. Then he turned his head and said, "Please tell Hicks to bring round the long blue car in half an hour. It can be fitted up for a sofa. And ask the gardener to cut a pole of about 4 feet 9 inches, and put a crosspiece for a crutch. I'm going to London tonight." Mr. Levison's lower jaw literally fell with astonishment. "The doctor said 3 weeks," he said. "If I may ask it, where are you going?" "St. Stephen's, Westminster," answered Ivywood. "Surely," said Mr. Levison, "I could take a message." "You could take a message," assented Ivywood. "I'm afraid they would not allow you to make a speech." It was a moment or two afterward that Enid Wimpole had come into the room and striven in vain to shake his decision. Then it was that Joan had been brought out of the turret and saw Philip standing, sustained upon a crutch of garden timber, and admired him as she had never admired him before. While he was being helped downstairs, while he was being propped in the car with such limited comfort as possible, she did really feel in him something worthy of his ancient roots, worthy of such hills and of such a sea, for she felt God's wind from nowhere, which is called the will, and is man's only excuse upon this earth. In the small toot of the starting motor she could hear 100 trumpets, such as might have called her ancestors and his to the glories of the Third Crusade. Such imaginary military honours were not, at least in the strategic sense, undeserved. Lord Ivywood really had seen the whole map of the situation in front of him, and swiftly formed a plan to meet it, in a manner not unworthy of Napoleon. The realities of the situation unrolled themselves before him, and his mind was marking them one by one as with a pencil. First, he knew that Dalroy would probably go to the model village. It was just the sort of place he would go to. He knew Dalroy was almost constitutionally incapable of not kicking up some kind of row in a place of that kind. Second, he knew that if he missed Dalroy at this address, it was very likely to be his last address. He and Mr. Pump were quite clever enough to leave no more hints behind. Third, he guessed by careful consideration of map and clock that they could not get to so remote a region in so cheap a car under something like 2 days, nor do anything very conclusive in less than 3. Thus he had just time to turn round in. Fourth, he realized that ever since that day when Dalroy swung round the signboard and smote the policeman into the ditch, Dalroy had swung round the Ivywood act on Lord Ivywood. He, Lord Ivywood, had thought, and might well have thought rightly, that by restricting the old signposts to a few places so select that they can afford to be eccentric, and forbidding such artistic symbols to all other places, he could sweep fermented liquor, for all practical purposes, out of the land. The arrangement was exactly that at which all such legislation is consciously or unconsciously aiming. A signboard could be a favour granted by the governing class to itself. If a gentleman wished to claim the liberties of a Bohemian, the path would be open. If a Bohemian wished to claim the liberties of a gentleman, the path would be shut. So, gradually Lord Ivywood had thought, the old signs which can alone sell alcohol will dwindle down to mere curiosities like audit ale or the mead that may still be found in the New Forest. The calculation was by no means unstatesmanlike, but like many other statesmanlike calculations, it did not take into account the idea of dead wood walking about. So long as his flying foes might set up their sign anywhere, it mattered little whether the result was enjoyment or disappointment for the populace. In either case it must mean constant scandal or riot. If there was one thing worse than the appearance of the old ship, it was its disappearance. He realized that his own law was letting them loose every time, for the local authorities hesitated to act on the spot in defiance of a symbol now so exclusive and therefore impressive. He realized that the law must be altered at once, must be altered, if possible, before the fugitives broke away from the model village of Peaceways. He realized that it was Thursday. This was the day on which any private member of Parliament could introduce any private bill of the kind called non-contentious, and pass it without a division, so long as no particular member made any particular fuss. He realized that it was improbable that any particular member would make any particular fuss about Lord Ivywood's own improvement on Lord Ivywood's own act. Finally, he realized that the whole case could be met by so slight an improvement as this. changed the words of the act, which he knew by heart, as happier men might know a song. If such a sign be present, liquids containing alcohol can be sold on the premises, to these other words: liquids containing alcohol can be sold if previously preserved for 3 days on the premises. It was mate in a few moves. Parliament could never reject or even examine so slight an emendation, and the revolution of the old ship and the late King of Ithaca would be crushed for ever. It does undoubtedly show, as we have said, something Napoleonic in the man's mind that the whole of this excellent and even successful plan was complete long before he saw the great glowing clock on the towers of Westminster and knew he was in time. It was unfortunate, perhaps, that about the same time, or not long after, another gentleman of the same rank and indirectly of the same family, having left the restaurant in Regent Street and the tangle of Piccadilly, had drifted serenely down Whitehall and had seen the same great golden goblin's eye on the tall tower of St. Stephen. The poet of the birds, like most aesthetes, had known as little of the real town as he had of the real country, but he had remembered a good place for supper, and as he passed certain great cold clubs, built of stone and looking like Assyrian sarcophagi, he remembered that he belonged to many of them, and so when he saw afar off, sitting above the river, what had been very erroneously described as the best club in London, he suddenly remembered that he belonged to that too. He could not at the moment recall what constituency in South England it was that he sat for, but he knew he could walk into the place if he wanted to. He might not have so expressed the matter, but he knew that in an oligarchy things go by respect for persons and not for claims, by visiting cards and not by voting cards. He had not been near the place for years, being permanently paired against the famous patriot who had accepted an important government appointment in a private madhouse. Even in his silliest days he had never pretended to feel any respect for modern politics, and made all haste to put his leaders and the mad patriot's leaders on the well-selected list of the creatures whom man forgets. He had made one really eloquent speech in the House on the subject of guerrillas, and then found he was speaking against his party. It was an indescribable sort of place, anyhow. Even Lord Ivywood did not go to it, except to do some business that could be done nowhere else, as was the case that night. Ivywood was what is called a peer by courtesy. His place was in the Commons, and for the time being on the opposition side. But though he visited the House but seldom, he knew far too much about it to go into the chamber itself. He limped into the smoking room, though he did not smoke, procured a needless cigarette and a much-needed sheet of notepaper, and composed a curt but careful note to the one member of the government whom he knew must be in the House. Having sent it up to him, he waited. Outside, Mr. Dorian Wimpole also waited, leaning on the parapet of Westminster Bridge and looking down the river. He was becoming one of the oysters in a more solemn and solid sense than he had hitherto conceived possible, and also with a strictly vegetarian beverage which bears the noble and starry name of Nuits. He felt at peace with all things, even in a manner with politics. It was one of those magic hours of evening when the red and golden lights of men are already lit along the river, and look like the lights of goblins, but daylight still lingers in a cold and delicate green. He felt about the river something of that smiling and glorious sadness which two Englishmen have expressed under the figure of the white wood of an old ship fading like a phantom, Turner in painting and Henry Newbolt in poetry. He had come back to earth like a man fallen from the moon. He was at bottom not only a poet, but a patriot, and a patriot is always a little sad. Yet his melancholy was mixed up with that immutable yet meaningless faith which few Englishmen, even in modern times, fail to feel at the unexpected sight either of Westminster or of that height on which stands the Temple of St. Paul. While flows the sacred river, while stands the sacred hill, he murmured in some schoolboy echo of the ballad of Lake Regillus. While flows the sacred river, while stands the sacred hill, the proud old pantaloons and nincompoops who yawn at the very length of their own lives, in that accursed Sanhedrim where people put each other's hats on, in a poisonous room with no more windows than hell, shall have such honour still. Relieved by this rendering of Macaulay in the style known among his cultured friends as vers libre, or poesy set free from the shackles of formal metre, he strolled toward the members' entrance and went in. Lacking Lord Ivywood's experience, he strolled into the Commons chamber itself, and sat down on a green bench, under the impression that the House was not sitting. He was, however, gradually able to distinguish some 6 or 8 drowsy human forms from the seats on which they sat, and to hear a senile voice, with an Essex accent, saying, all on one note, and without beginning or end, in a manner which is quite impossible to punctuate, "No wish at all that this proposal should be regarded except in the right way, and have tried to put it in the right way, and cannot think the honourable member was altogether adding to his reputation in putting it in what those who think we must of course consider the wrong way, and I for one am free to say that if in his desire to settle this great question he takes this hasty course and this revolutionary course about slate pencils, he may not be able to prevent the extremists behind him from applying it to lead pencils, and while I should be the last to increase the heat and the excitement and the personalities of this debate if I could possibly help it, I must confess that in my opinion the honourable gentleman has himself encouraged that heat and personality in a manner that he now doubtless regrets. I have no desire to use abusive terms, indeed you, Mr. Speaker, would not allow me of course to use abusive terms, but I must tell the honourable member face to face that the perambulators with which he has twitted me cannot be germane to this discussion. I should be the last person." Dorian Wimpole had softly risen to go, when he was arrested by the sight of someone sliding into the house and handing a note to the solitary young man with heavy eyelids who was at that moment governing all England from the Treasury bench. Seeing him go out, Dorian had a sickening sweetness of hope, as he might have said in his earlier poems, that something intelligible might happen after all, and followed him out almost with alacrity. The solitary and sleepy governor of Great Britain went down into the lower crypts of its temple of freedom, and turned into an apartment where Wimpole was astonished to see his cousin Ivywood sitting at a little table with a large crutch leaning beside him, as serene as Long John Silver. The young man with the heavy eyelids sat down opposite him, and they had a conversation, which Wimpole, of course, did not hear. He withdrew into an adjoining room, where he managed to procure coffee and a liqueur, an excellent liqueur which he had forgotten, and of which he had more than one glass. But he had so posted himself that Ivywood could not come out without passing him, and he waited for what might happen with exquisite patience. The only thing that seemed to him queer was that every now and then a bell rang in several rooms at once, and whenever the bell rang, Lord Ivywood nodded as if he were part of the electrical machinery. And whenever Lord Ivywood nodded, the young man turned and sped upstairs like a mountaineer, returning in a short time to resume the conversation. On the third occasion the poet began to observe that many others from the other rooms could be heard running upstairs at the sound of this bell, and returning with the slightly less rapid step which expresses relief after a duty done. Yet did he not know that this duty was representative government, and that it is thus that the cry of Cumberland or Cornwall can come to the ears of an English king? Suddenly the sleepy young man sprang erect, uninspired by any bell, and strode out once more. The poet could not help hearing him say as he left the table, jotting down something with a pencil, "Alcohol can be sold if previously preserved for 3 days on the premises. I think we can do it, but you can't come on for half an hour." Saying this, he darted upstairs again, and when Dorian saw Ivywood come out laboriously afterward on his large country crutch, he had exactly the same revulsion in his favour that Joan had had. Jumping up from his table, which was in one of the private dining rooms, he touched the other on the elbow and said, I want to apologize to you, Philip, for my rudeness this afternoon. Honestly, I am sorry. Pine woods and prison cells try a man's temper, but I had no rag of excuse for not seeing that for neither of them were you to blame. I'd no notion you were coming up to town tonight, with your leg and all. You mustn't knock yourself up like this. Do sit down a minute." It seemed to him that the bleak face of Philip softened a little. How far he really softened will never be known until such men as he are understood by their fellows. It is certain that he carefully unhooked himself from his crutch and sat down opposite his cousin, whereupon his cousin struck the table so that it rang like a dinner bell, and called out, "Waiter!" as if he were in a crowded restaurant. Then, before Lord Ivywood could protest, he said, "It's awfully jolly that we've met. I suppose you've come up to make a speech. I should like to hear it. We haven't always agreed, but, by God, if there's anything good left in literature, it's your speeches reported in a newspaper. That thing of yours that ended 'Death and the last shutting of the iron doors of defeat,' why, you must go back to Strafford's last speech for such English. Do let me hear your speech. I've got a seat upstairs, you know." "If you wish it," said Ivywood hurriedly, "but I shan't make much of a speech tonight." And he looked at the wall behind Wimpole's head, with thunderous wrinkles thickening on his brow. It was essential to his brilliant and rapid scheme, of course, that the Commons should make no comment at all on his little alteration in the law. An attendant hovered near in response to the demand for a waiter, and was much impressed by the presence and condition of Lord Ivywood. But as that exalted cripple resolutely refused anything in the way of liquor, his cousin was so kind as to have a little more himself, and resumed his remarks. "It's about this public house affair of yours, I suppose? I'd like to hear you speak on that. Perhaps I'll speak myself. I've been thinking about it a good deal all day, and a good deal of last night too. Now, here's what I should say to the House if I were you. To begin with, can you abolish the public house? Are you important enough now to abolish the public house? Whether it's right or wrong, can you, in the long run, prevent haymakers having ale any more than you can prevent me having this glass of chartreuse?" The attendant, hearing the word, once more drew near, but heard no further order, or rather, the orders he heard were such as he was less able to cope with. "Remember the curate?" said Dorian abstractedly, shaking his head at the functionary. "Remember the sensible little High Church curate, who, when asked for a temperance sermon, preached on the text, 'Suffer us not to be overwhelmed in the water floods'? Indeed, indeed, Philip, you are in deeper waters than you know. You will abolish ale. You will make Kent forget hop poles, and Devonshire forget cider. The fate of the inn is to be settled in that hot little room upstairs. Take care its fate and yours are not settled in the inn. Take care Englishmen don't sit in judgment on you as they do on many another corpse at an inquest, at a common public house. Take care that the one tavern that is really neglected and shut up and passed like a house of pestilence is not the tavern in which I drink tonight, and that merely because it is the worst tavern on the King's highway. Take care this place where we sit does not get a name like any pub where sailors are hocussed or girls debauched. That is what I shall say to them," said he, rising cheerfully. "That's what I shall say. See you to it," he cried with a sudden passion, and apparently to the waiter. "See you to it, if the sign that is destroyed is not the sign of the Old Ship, but the sign of the Mace and Bauble. And, in the words of a highly historical brewer, if we see a dog bark at your going." Lord Ivywood was observing him with a deathly quietude. Another idea had come into his fertile mind. He knew his cousin, though excited, was not in the least intoxicated. He knew that he was quite capable of making a speech, and even a good one. He knew that any speech, good or bad, would wreck his whole plan, and send the wild inn flying again. But the orator had resumed his seat and drained his glass, passing a hand across his brow. And he remembered that a man who keeps a vigil in the wood all night, and drinks wine on the following evening, is liable to an accident that is not drunkenness, but something much healthier. "I suppose your speech will come on pretty soon?" said Dorian, looking at the table. You'll let me know when it does, of course. Really and truly, I don't want to miss it. And I've forgotten all the ways here and feel pretty tired. You'll let me know?" "Yes," said Lord Ivywood. Stillness fell along all the rooms until Lord Ivywood broke it by saying, "Debate is a most necessary thing, but there are times when it rather impedes than assists parliamentary government." He received no reply. Dorian still sat as if looking at the table, but his eyelids had lightly fallen. He was asleep. Almost at the same moment the member of government, who was nearly asleep, appeared at the entrance of the long room and made some sort of weary signal. Philip Ivywood raised himself on his crutch and stood for a moment looking at the sleeping man. Then he and his crutch trailed out of the long room, leaving the sleeping man behind. Nor was that the only thing that he left behind. He also left behind an unlighted cigarette and his honor and all the England of his fathers, everything that could really distinguish that high house beside the river from any tavern for the hocussing of sailors. He went upstairs and did his business in 20 minutes, in the only speech he had ever delivered without any trace of eloquence. And from that hour forth he was the naked fanatic, and could feed on nothing but the future. End of chapter 17. The Poet in Parliament.
Chapter 18 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicola Kay. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 18. The Republic of Peaceways. In a hamlet round about Windermere, let us say, or somewhere in Wordsworth's country, there could be found a cottage, in which could be found a cottager. So far all is as it should be. And the visitor would first be conscious of a hearty and even noisy elderly man, with an apple face and a short white beard. This person would then loudly proffer to the visitor the opportunity of seeing his father, a somewhat more elderly man with a somewhat longer white beard, but still up and about. And these two together would then initiate the neophyte into the joys of the society of a grandfather, who was more than 100 years old, and still very proud of the fact. This miracle, it seemed, had been worked entirely on milk. The subject of this diet the oldest of the three men continued to discuss in enormous detail. For the rest, it might be said that his pleasures were purely arithmetical. Some men count their years with dismay, and he counted his with a juvenile vanity. Some men collect stamps or coins, and he collected days. Newspaper men interviewed him about the historic times through which he had lived, without eliciting anything whatever, except that he had apparently taken to an exclusive milk diet at about the age when most of us leave it off. Asked if he was alive in 1815, he said that was the very year he found it wasn't any milk, but must be mountain milk, like Dr. Meadows says. Nor would his calculating creed of life have allowed him to understand you if you had said that in a meadowland over sea that lies before the city of Brussels, boys of his old school in that year gained the love of the gods and died young. It was the philanthropic Dr. Meadows, of course, who discovered this deathless tribe and erected on it the whole of his great dietetic philosophy, to say nothing of the houses and dairies of Peaceways. He attracted many pupils and backers among the wealthy and influential, young men who were, so to speak, training for extreme old age, infant old men, embryo nonagenarians. It would be an exaggeration to say that they watched joyfully for the first white hair as Fascination Fledgeby watched for his first whisker. But it is quite true to say that they seemed to have scorned the beauty of woman and the feasting of friends, and above all, the old idea of death with glory, in comparison with this vision of the sports of second childhood. Peaceways was in its essential plan much like what we call a garden city, a ring of buildings where the work-people did their work, with a pretty ornamental town in the center, where they lived in the open country outside. This was no doubt much healthier than the factory system in the great towns, and may have partly accounted for the serene expression of Dr. Meadows and his friends, if any part of the credit can be spared from the splendors of mountain milk. The place lay far from the common highways of England, and its inhabitants were enabled to enjoy their quiet skies and level woods almost undisturbed, and fully absorb whatever may be valuable in the Meadows' method and view, until one day a small and very dirty motor drove into the middle of their town. It stopped beside one of those triangular islets of grass that are common at forked roads, and two men in goggles, one tall and the other short, got out and stood on the central space of grass, as if they were buffoons about to do tricks, as indeed they were. Before entering the town, they had stopped by a splendid mountain stream, quickening and thickening rapidly into a river, unhelmed and otherwise eased themselves, eaten a little bread bought at Whittington, and drank the water of the widening current which opened on the valley of Peaceways. "I'm beginning quite to like water," said the taller of the two knights. "I used to think it a most dangerous drink. In theory, of course, it ought only to be given to people who are fainting. It's really good for them, much better than brandy. Besides, think of wasting good brandy on people who are fainting. But I don't go so far as I did. I shouldn't insist on a doctor's prescription before I allow people water. That was the too severe morality of youth. That was my innocence and goodness. I thought that if I fell once, water drinking might become a habit. But I do see the good side of water now. How good it is when you're really thirsty. How it glitters and gurgles. How alive it is. After all, it's the best of drinks, after the other. As it says in the song, "Feast on wine or fast on water, and your honor shall stand sure. God Almighty's son and daughter, he the valiant, she the pure. If an angel out of heaven brings you other things to drink, thank him for his kind intentions. Go and pour them down the sink." Tea is like the East he grows in, a great yellow mandarin, with urbanity of manner and unconsciousness of sin. All the women, like a harem, at his pigtail troop along, and, like all the East he grows in, he is poison when he's strong. Tea, although an Oriental, is a gentleman at least. Cocoa is a cad and coward. Cocoa is a vulgar beast. Cocoa is a dull, disloyal, lying, crawling cad and clown, and may very well be grateful to the fool that takes him down. As for all the windy waters, they were rained like trumpets down, when good drink had been dishonored by the tipplers of the town, when red wine had brought red ruin and the death dance of our times. Heaven sent us soda water as a torment for our crimes. Upon my soul, this water tastes quite nice. I wonder what vintage now, and he smacked his lips with solemnity. It tastes just like the year 1881 tasted. You can fancy anything in the tasting way, returned his shorter companion. Mr. Jack, who was always up to his tricks, did serve plain water in those little glasses they drink liqueurs out of, and everyone swore it was a delicious liqueur and wanted to know where they could get it. All except old Admiral Guffin, who said it tasted too strong of olives. But water's much the best for our game, certainly. Patrick nodded and then said, "I doubt if I could do it, if it weren't for the comfort of looking at that." and he kicked the rum keg, and feeling we shall have a good swig at it some day. It feels like a fairy tale carrying that about, as if rum were a pirate's treasure, as if it were molten gold. Besides, we can have such fun with it with other people. What was that joke I thought of this morning? Oh, I remember. Where's that milk can of mine?" For the next 20 minutes he was industriously occupied with his milk can and the cask, Pump watching him with an interest amounting to anxiety. Lifting his head, however, at the end of that time, he knotted his red brows and said, "What's that?" "What's what?" asked the other traveller. "That," said Captain Patrick Dalroy, and pointed to a figure approaching on the road parallel to the river. "I mean, what's it for?" The figure had a longish beard and very long hair falling far below its shoulders. It had a serious and steadfast expression. It was dressed in what the inexperienced Mr. Pump at first took to be its nightgown, but afterward learned it to be its complete goat's hair tunic, unmixed even with a thread of the destructive and deadly wool of the sheep. It had no boots on its feet. It walked very swiftly to a particular turn of the stream, and then turned very sharply, since it had accomplished its constitutional, and walked back toward the perfect town of Peaceways. "I suppose it's somebody from that milk place," said Humphrey Pump indulgently. "They seem to be pretty mad." "I don't mind that so much," said Dalroy. "I'm mad myself sometimes. But a madman has only one merit and last link with God. A madman is always logical. Now, what is the logical connection between living on milk and wearing your hair long?" "Most of us lived on milk when we had no hair at all." "How do they connect it up? Are there any heads even for a synopsis? Is it, say, milk, water, shaving, hair? Is it milk, kindness, unkindness, convicts, hair? What is the logical connection between having too much hair and having far too few boots? What can it be? Is it hair, hair trunk, leather boots? Is it hair, beard, oysters, seaside, paddling, no boots? Man is liable to err, especially when every mistake he makes is called a movement. But why should all the lunacies live together?" "Because all the lunatics should live together," said Humphrey, "and if you'd seen what happened up at Crampton with the farming out idea, you'd know. It's all very well, Captain, but if people can prevent a guest of great importance being buried up to the neck in farm manure, they will. They will, really." He coughed almost apologetically. He was about to attempt a resumption of the conversation when he saw his companion slap the milk can and keg back into the car and get into it himself. "You drive," he said. "Drive me where those things live. You know, Hump." They did not, however, arrive in the civic centre of such things without yet another delay. They left the river and followed the man with the long hair and the goatskin frock, and he stopped, as it happened, at a house on the outskirts of the village. The adventurers stopped also, out of curiosity, and were at first relieved to see the man almost instantly reappear, having transacted his business with a quickness that seemed incredible. A second glance showed them it was not the man, but another man dressed exactly like him. A few minutes more of inquisitive delay showed them many of the kilty and goatish sect going in and out of this particular place, each clad in his innocent uniform. "This must be the temple and chapel," muttered Patrick. "It must be here they sacrifice a glass of milk to a cow, or whatever it is they do. Well, the joke is pretty obvious, but we must wait for a lull in the crowding of the congregation." When the last long-haired phantom had faded up the road, Dalroy sprang from the car and drove the signboard deep into the earth with savage violence, and then very quietly knocked at the door. The apparent owner of the place, of whom the two last of the long-haired and barefooted idealists were taking a rather hurried farewell, was a man curiously ill-fitted for the part he seemed cast for in the only possible plot. Both Pump and Dalroy thought they had never seen a man look so sullen. His face was of the rubicund sort that does not suggest jollity, but merely a stagnant indigestion in the head. His moustache hung heavy and dark. his brows yet heavier and darker. Dalroy had seen something of the sort on the faces of defeated people disgracefully forced into submission, but he could not make head or tail of it in connection with the priggish perfections of Peaceways. It was all the odder because he was manifestly prosperous. His clothes were smartly cut in something of the sporting manner, and the inside of his house was at least 4 times grander than the outside. But what mystified them most was this, that he did not so much exhibit the natural curiosity of a gentleman whose private house is entered by strangers, but rather an embarrassed and restless expectation. During Dalroy's eager apologies and courteous inquiries about the direction and accommodations of Peaceways, his eye, which was of the boiled gooseberry order, perpetually wandered from them to the cupboard and then again to the window, and at last he got up and went to look out into the road. "Oh, yes, sir, very healthy place, Peaceways," he said, peering through the lattice. "Very. Dash it, what do they mean? A very healthy place. Of course they have their little ways." "Only drink pure milk, don't they?" asked Dalroy. The householder looked at him with a rather wild eye and grunted. "Yes, so they say," and he went again to the window. "I've bought some of it," said Patrick, patting his pet milk can, which he carried under his arm as if unable to be separated from Dr. Meadows' discovery. "Have a glass of milk, sir." The man's boiled eye began to bulge in anger or some other emotion. "What do you want?" he muttered. "Are you Tex or what?" "Agents and distributors of the Meadows Mountain milk," said the captain with simple pride. "Taste it?" The dazed householder took a glass of the blameless liquid and sipped it, and the change on his face was extraordinary. "Well, I'm jiggered," he said with a broad and rather coarse grin. "That's a queer dodge. You're in the joke, I see." Then he went again restlessly to the window and added, "But if we're all friends, why the blazes don't the others come in? I've never known trade so slow before." "Who are the others?" asked Mr. Pump. "Oh, the usual Peaceways people," said the other. "They generally come here before work. Dr. Meadows don't work them for very long hours, that wouldn't be healthy, or whatever he calls it, but he's particular about their being punctual. I've seen 'em running with all their pure-minded togs on, when the hooter gave the last call." Then he abruptly opened the front door and called out impatiently, but not loudly, "Come along in if you're coming. You'll give the show away if you play the fool out there." Patrick looked out also, and the view of the road outside was certainly rather singular. He was used to crowds, large and small, collecting outside houses which he had honoured with the sign of the Old Ship, but they generally stared up at it in unaffected wonder and amusement. But outside this open door some 20 or 30 persons in what Pump had called their nightgowns were moving to and fro like somnambulists, apparently blind to the presence of the sign, looking at the other side of the road, looking at the horizon, looking at the clouds of morning, and only occasionally stopping to whisper to each other. But when the owner of the house called to one of these ostentatiously abstracted beings and asked him hoarsely what the devil was the matter, it was natural for the milk-fed one to turn his feeble eye toward the sign. The gooseberry eyes followed his, and the face to which they belonged was a study in apoplectic astonishment. "What the hell have you done to my house?" he demanded. "Of course they can't come in if this thing's here." "I'll take it down if you like," said Dalroy, stepping out and picking it up like a flower from the front garden, to the amazement of the men in the road, who thought they had strayed into a nursery fairy tale. "But I wish in return you'd give me some idea of what the blazes all this means." "Wait till I've served these men," replied his host. The goat-garbed persons went very sheepishly or goatishly into the now signless building, and were rapidly served with raw spirits, which Mr. Pump suspected to be of no very superior quality. When the last goat was gone, Captain Dalroy said, "I mean that all this seems to me topsy-turvy. I understood that as the law stands now, if there's a sign, they are allowed to drink, and if there isn't, they aren't." "The law?" said the man in a voice thick with scorn. "Do you think these poor brutes are afraid of the law as they are of the doctor?" "Why should they be afraid of the doctor?" asked Dalroy innocently. "I always heard that Peaceways was a self-governing republic." "Self-governing be damned," was the illiberal reply. "Don't he own all the houses and could turn 'em out in a snowstorm? Don't he pay all the wages and could starve 'em stiff in a month? The law!" And he snorted. A moment after, he squared his elbows on the table and began to explain more fully. "I was a brewer about here and had the biggest brewery in these parts. There were only 2 houses which didn't belong to me, and the magistrates took away their licenses after a time. 10 years ago you could see Hugby's Ales written beside every sign in the county. Then came these cursed radicals, and our leader, Lord Ivywood, must go over to their side about it and let this doctor buy all the land under some new law that there shan't be any pubs at all. And so my business is ruined, so that he can sell his milk. Luckily I'd done pretty well before and had some compensation, of course, and I still do a fair trade on the QT, as you see. But of course that don't amount to half the old one, for they're afraid of old Meadows finding out. Snuffling old blighter." And the gentleman with the good clothes spat on the carpet. "I am a radical myself," said the Irishman rather coldly. "For all information on the Conservative Party I must refer you to my friend Mr. Pump, who is, of course, in the inmost secrets of his leaders. But it seems to me very rum sort of radicalism to eat and drink at the orders of a master who is a madman, merely because he's also a millionaire. Oh, Liberty, what very complicated and even unsatisfactory social developments are committed in thy name. Why don't they kick the old ass round the town a bit? No boots? Is that why they're allowed no boots? Oh, roll 'em downhill in a milk can. You can't object to that." "I don't know," said Pump in his ruminant way. "Master Christian's aunt did, but ladies are more particular, of course." "Look here," cried Dalroy in some excitement, "if I stick up that sign outside and stay here to help, will you defy them? You'd be strictly within the law, and any private coercion I can promise you they shall repent. Plant the sign and sell the stuff openly like a man, and you may stand in English history like a deliverer." Mr. Hugby of Hugby's Ales only looked gloomily at the table. His was not the sort of drinking nor the sort of drink selling on which the revolutionary sentiment flourishes. "Well," said the captain, "will you come with me and say 'Hear, hear,' and 'How true'? What matchless eloquence! If I make a speech in the marketplace? Come along. There's room in our car." "Well, I'll come with you if you like," replied Mr. Hugby heavily. "It's true if yours is allowed we might get our trade back too." And putting on a silk hat he followed the captain and the innkeeper out to their little car. The model village was not an appropriate background for Mr. Hugby's silk hat. Indeed, the hat seemed somehow to bring out by contrast all that was fantastic in the place. It was a superb morning, some hours after sunrise. The edges of the sky, touching the ring of dim woods and distant hills, were still jewelled with the tiny transparent clouds of daybreak, delicate red and green or yellow. But above the vault of heaven rose through turquoise into a torrid and solid blue in which the other clouds, the colossal cumuli, tumbled about like a celestial pillow fight. The bulk of the houses were as white as the clouds, so that it looked, to use another simile, as if some of the whitewashed cottages were flying and falling about the sky. But most of the white houses were picked out here and there with bright colours, here an ornament in orange, or there a stripe of lemon yellow, as if by the brush of a baby giant. The houses had no thatching. Thatching is not hygienic, but were mostly covered with a sort of peacock green tiles bought cheap at a pre-Raphaelite bazaar, or less frequently by some still more esoteric sort of terracotta bricks. The houses were not English, nor homelike, nor suited to the landscape, for the houses had not been built by free men for themselves, but at the fancy of a whimsical lord. But considered as a sort of elfin city in a pantomime, it was a really picturesque background for pantomimic proceedings. I fear Mr. Dalroy's proceedings from the first rather deserved that name. To begin with, he left the sign, the cask, and the keg all wrapped and concealed in the car, but removed all the wraps of his own disguise, and stood on the central patch of grass in that green uniform that looked all the more insolent for being as ragged as the grass. Even that was less ragged than his red hair, which no red jungle of the East could imitate. Then he took out, almost tenderly, the large milk can, and deposited it, almost reverently, on the island of turf. Then he stood beside it, like Napoleon beside a gun, with an expression of tremendous seriousness and even severity. Then he drew his sword, and with that flashing weapon, as with a flail, lashed and thrashed the echoing metal can till the din was deafening, and Mr. Hugby hastily got out of the car and withdrew to a slight distance, stopping his ears. Mr. Pump sat solidly at the steering wheel, well knowing it might be necessary to start in some haste. "Gather! Gather! Gather, Peaceways!" shouted Patrick, still banging on the can and lamenting the difficulties of adapting McGregor's gathering to the name and occasion. "We're landless, 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 Peaceways!" 2 or 3 of the goat-clad, recognizing Mr. Hugby with a guilty look, drew near with great caution, and the captain shouted at them as if they were an army covering Salisbury Plain. "Citizens," he roared, saying anything that came into his head, "try the only original, unadulterated mountain milk, for which alone Mahomet came to the mountain. The original milk of the land flowing with milk and honey, the high quality of which could alone have popularized so unappetizing a combination. Try our milk. None others are genuine. Who can do without milk? Even whales can't do without milk. If any lady or gentleman keeps a favorite whale at home, now's their chance. The early whale catches the milk. Just look at our milk. If you say you can't look at the milk because it's in the can, well, look at the can. You must look at the can. You simply must. When duty whispers low, thou must." He bellowed at the top of his voice in a highly impromptu peroration. "When duty whispers low, thou must," the youth replies. "I can." And with the word "can," he hit the can with a shocking and shattering noise, like a peal of demoniac bells of steel. This introductory speech is open to criticism from those who regard it as intended for the study rather than the stage. The present chronicler, who has no aim save truth, is bound to record that for its own unscrupulous purpose it was extremely successful, a great mass of the citizens of Peaceways having been attracted by the noise of one man shouting like a crowd. There are crowds who do not care to revolt, but there are no crowds who do not like someone else to do it for them, a fact which the safest oligarchs may be wise to learn. But Dalroy's ultimate triumph, I regret to say, consisted in actually handing to a few of the foremost of his audience some samples of his blameless beverage. The fact was certainly striking. Some were paralyzed with surprise. Some were abruptly broken double with laughter. Many chuckled. Some cheered. All looked radiantly toward the eccentric orator. And yet the radiance died quietly and suddenly from their faces, and only because one little old man had joined the group, a little old man in white linen, with a white pointed beard and a white powder puff of hair like thistledown, a man whom almost every man present could have killed with the left arm. End of chapter 18. Recording by Nicole K. Chapter 19 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole K. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 19. The Hospitality of the Captain. Dr. Moses Meadows, whether that was his name or an anglicized version of it, had certainly come in the first instance from a little town in Germany, and his first 2 books were written in German. His first 2 books were his best, for he began with a genuine enthusiasm for physical science, and this was adulterated with nothing worse than a hatred of what he thought was superstition, and what many of us think is the soul of the state. The first enthusiasm was most notable in the first book, which was concerned to show that in the female not upsprouting of the whiskers was from the therewith increasing arrested mentality derived. In his second book he came more to grips with delusions, and for some time he was held to have proved to everyone who agreed with him already that the time ghost had been walking particularly rapidly lately, and that the Christus Mythos was by the alcoholic mind's trouble explained. Then, unfortunately, he came across the institution called death, and began to argue with it. Not seeing any rational explanation of this custom of dying, so prevalent among his fellow citizens, he concluded that it was merely traditional, which he thought meant effete, and began to think of nothing but ways of evading or delaying it. This had a rather narrowing effect on him, and he lost much of that acrid ardor which had humanized the atheism of his youth, when he would almost have committed suicide for the pleasure of taunting God with not being there. His later idealism grew more and more into materialism, and consisted of his changing hypotheses and discoveries about the healthiest foods. There is no need to detain the reader over what has been called his oil period. His seaweed period has been authoritatively expounded in Professor Nim's valuable little work, and on the events of his glue period it is, perhaps, not very generous to dwell. It was during his prolonged stay in England that he chanced on the instance of the longevity of milk consumers, and built on it a theory which was, at the beginning at least, sincere. Unfortunately, it was also successful. Wealth flowed in to the inventor and proprietor of Mountain Milk, and he began to feel a fourth and last enthusiasm, which also can come late in life, and have a narrowing effect on the mind. In the altercation which naturally followed on his discovery of the antics of Mr. Patrick Dalroy, he was very dignified, but naturally not very tolerant, for he was quite unused to anything happening in spite of him, or anything important even happening without him, in the land that lay around. At first he hinted severely that the captain had stolen the milk can from the milk-producing premises, and sent several workmen to count the cans in each shed. But Dalroy soon put him right about that. "I bought it in a shop at Whittington," he said, "and since then I have used no other. You'll hardly believe me," he said with some truth, "but when I went into that shop I was quite a little man. I had 1 glass of your mountain milk, and look at me now." "You have no right to sell the milk here," said Dr. Meadows with the faintest trace of a German accent. "You are not in my employment. I am not responsible for your methods. You are not a representative of the business." "I'm an advertisement," said the captain. "We advertise you all over England. You see that lean, skimpy little man over there," pointing to the indignant Mr. Pump. "He's before taking Meadows Mountain Milk. I'm after," added Mr. Dalroy with satisfaction. "You shall laugh at the magistrate," said the other with a thickening accent. "I shall," agreed Patrick. "Well, I'll make a clean breast of it, sir. The truth is, it isn't your milk at all. It has quite a different taste. These gentlemen will tell you so." A smothered giggle sent all the blood to the eminent capitalist's face. "Then either you have stolen my can and are a thief," he said, stamping, "or you have introduced inferior substances into my discovery and are an adulterer. "Try adulteratist," said Dalroy kindly. "Prince Albert always said adulteratarian. Dear old Albert. It seems like yesterday, but it is, of course, today. And it's as true as daylight that this stuff tastes different. I can't tell you what the taste is." Subdued guffaws from the outskirts of the crowd. "It's something between the taste of your first sugar stick and the fag end of your father's cigar. It's as innocent as heaven and as hot as hell. It tastes like a paradox. It tastes like a prehistoric inconsistency. I trust I make myself clear. The men who taste it most are the simplest men that God has made, and it always reminds them of the salt, because it is made out of sugar. Have some." And with a gesture of staggering hospitality, he shot out his long arm with the little glass at the end of it. The despotic curiosity in the Prussian overcame even his despotic dignity. He took a sip of the liquid, and his eyes stood out from his face. "You've been mixing something with the milk," were the first words that came to him. "Yes," answered Dalroy, "and so have you, unless you're a swindler. Why is your milk advertised as different from everyone else's milk if you haven't made the difference? Why does a glass of your milk cost 3 pence and a glass of ordinary milk a penny, if you haven't put 2 pence of something into it? Now look here, Dr. Meadows. The public analyst who would judge this happens to be an honest man. I have a list of the 21½ honest men still employed in such posts. I make you a fair offer. He shall decide what it is I add to the milk, if you let him decide what it is you add to the milk. You must add something to the milk, or what can all these wheels and pumps and pulleys be for? Will you tell me here and now what you add to the milk which makes it so exceedingly mountain?" There was a long silence, full of the same sense of submerged mirth in the mob. But the philanthropist had fallen into a naked frenzy in the sunlight, and shaking his fists aloft in a way unknown to all the English around him, he cried out, "Ah! But I know what you add. I know what you add. It is the alcohol. And you have no sign, and you shall laugh at a magistrate." Dalroy, with a bow, retired to the car, removed a number of wrappings, and produced the prodigious wooden signpost of the Old Ship, with its blue 3-decker and red St. George's Cross conspicuously displayed. This he planted on his narrow territory of turf, and looked round serenely. "In this old oak-panelled inn of mine," he said, "I will laugh at 1,000,000 magistrates. Not that there's anything unhygienic about this inn. No low ceilings or stuffiness here. Windows open everywhere except in the floor. And as I hear some are saying there ought always to be food sold with fermented liquor, why, my dear Dr. Meadows, I've got a cheese here that will make another man of you. At least, we'll hope so. We can but try." But Dr. Meadows was long past being merely angry. The exhibition of the sign had put him into a serious difficulty. Like most skeptics, like even the most genuine skeptics, such as Bradlaugh, he was as legal as he was skeptical. He had a profound fear, which also had in it something better than fear, of being ultimately found in the wrong in a police court or a public inquiry. And he also suffered the tragedy of all such men living in modern England, that he must always be certain to respect the law, while never being certain of what it was. He could only remember generally that Lord Ivywood, when introducing or defending the great Ivywood Act on this matter, had dwelt very strongly on the unique and significant nature of the sign. And he could not be certain that if he disregarded it altogether he might not eventually be cast in heavy damages, or even go to prison in spite of his success in business. Of course he knew quite well that he had 1,000 answers to such nonsense, that a patch of grass in the road couldn't be an inn, that the sign wasn't even produced when the captain began to hand round the rum. But he also knew quite well that in the black peril we call British law, that is not the point. He had heard points quite as obvious urged to a judge, and urged in vain. At the bottom of his mind he found this fact. Rich as he was, Lord Ivywood had made him, and on which side would Lord Ivywood be? "Captain," said Humphrey Pump, speaking for the first time, "we'd better be getting away. I feel it in my bones." "Inhospitable innkeeper!" cried the captain indignantly. "And after I have gone out of the way to license your premises! Why, this is the dawn of peace in the great city of Peaceways. I don't despair of Dr. Meadows tossing off another bumper before we've done. For the moment, Brother Hugby will engage." As he spoke he served out milk and rum at random, and still the doctor had too much terror of our legal technicalities to make a final interference. But when Mr. Hugby of Hugby's Ales heard his name called, he first of all jumped so as almost to dislodge the silk hat. Then he stood quite still. Then he accepted a glass of the new mountain milk, and then his very face became full of speech before he had spoken a word. "There's a motor coming along the road from the far hills," said Humphrey quietly. "It'll be across the last bridge downstream in 10 minutes and come up on this side." "Well," said the captain impatiently, "I suppose you've seen a motor before." "Not in this valley all this morning," answered Pump. "Mr. Chairman," said Mr. Hugby, feeling a dim disposition to say "Mr. Vice," in memory of old commercial banquets, "I'm sure we're all law-abiding people here and wish to remain friends, especially with our good friend the doctor. May he never want a friend or a bottle. That is, in short, anything he wants as we go up the hill of prosperity, and so on. But as our friend here with the signboard seems to be within his rights, well, I think the time's come when we can look at these things more broadly, so to speak. Now I know it's quite true those dirty little pubs do a lot of harm to a property, and you get a lot of ignorant people there who are just like pigs. And I don't say our friend the doctor hasn't done good by clearing 'em away. But a big, well-managed business with plenty of capital behind it is quite another thing. Well, friends, you all know that I was originally in the trade, though I have of course left off selling under the new regulations." Here the goats looked rather guiltily at their cloven hoofs. "But I've got my little bit, and I wouldn't mind putting it into this old ship here, if our friend would allow it to be run on business lines. And especially if he'd enlarged the premises a bit." "Ha! Ha! And if our good friend the doctor—" "You rascal fellow," spluttered Meadows, "your good friend the doctor will make you dance before a magistrate." "Now, don't be unbusinesslike," reasoned the brewer. "It won't hurt your sales. It's quite a different public, don't you see? Do talk like a business man." "I am not a business man," said the scientist with fiery eyes. "I am a servant of humanity." "Then," said Dalroy, "why do you never do what your master tells you?" "The motor has crossed the river," said Humphrey Pump. "You would undo all my works," cried the doctor with sincere passion. "When I have built this town myself, when I have made it sober and healthful myself, when I am awake and about before anyone in the town myself, watching over its interests, you would ruin all to sell your barbaric and fundamentally beastly beer. And then you call me a good friend. I am not a good friend." "That I can't say," growled Hugby, "but if it comes to that, aren't you trying to sell—" A motor car drove up with a white explosion of dust, and about 6 very dusty people got out of it. Even through the densest disguise of the swift motorist, Pump perceived in many of them the peculiar style and bodily carriage of the police. The most evident exception was a long and more slender figure, which, on removing its cap and goggles, disclosed the dark and drooping features of J. Leveson, secretary. He walked across to the little old millionaire, who instantly recognized him and shook hands. They confabulated for some little time, turning over some official documents. Dr. Meadows cleared his throat and said to the whole crowd, I am very glad to be able to announce to you all that this extraordinary outrage has been too late attempted. Lord Ivywood, with the promptitude he so invariably shows, has immediately communicated to places of importance such as this a most just and right alteration of the law, which exactly meets the present case. "We shall sleep in jail tonight," said Humphrey Pump. "I know it in my bones." "It is enough to say," proceeded the millionaire, "that by the law as it now stands, any innkeeper, even if he display a sign, is subject to imprisonment if he sells alcohol on premises where it has not been previously kept for 3 days." "I thought it would be something like that," muttered Pump. "Shall we give up, Captain, or shall we try a bolt for it?" Even the impudence of Dalroy appeared for the instant dazed and stilled. He was staring forlornly up into the abyss of sky above him, as if, like Shelley, he could get inspiration from the last and purest clouds and the perfect hues of the ends of heaven. At last he said in a soft and meditative voice the single syllable, "Cells." Pump looked at him sharply, with a remarkable expression growing on his grim face. But the Doctor was far too rabidly rejoicing in his triumph to understand the Captain's meaning. "Sells alcohol are the exact words," he insisted, brandishing the blue oblong of the new Act of Parliament. "So far as I'm concerned, they are inexact words," said Captain Dalroy with polite indifference. "I have not been selling alcohol. I have been giving it away. Has anybody here paid me money? Has anybody here seen anybody else pay me money? I'm a philanthropist, just like Dr. Meadows. I'm his living image." Mr. Leveson and Dr. Meadows looked across at each other, and on the face of the first was consternation, and on the second a full return of all his terrors of the complicated law. "I shall remain here for several weeks," continued the Captain, leaning elegantly on the can, "and shall give away gratis such supplies of this excellent drink as may be demanded by the citizens. It appears that there is no such supply at present in this district, and I feel sure that no person present can object to so strictly legal and highly charitable an arrangement." In this he was apparently in error, for several persons present seemed to object to it. But curiously enough, it was not the withered and fanatical face of the philanthropist Meadows, nor the dark and equine face of the official Leveson, which stood out most vividly as a picture of protest. The face most strangely unsympathetic with this form of charity was that of the ex-proprietor of Hugby's Ales. His gooseberry eyes were almost dropping from his head, and his words sprang from his lips before he could stop them. "And you blooming well think you can come here like a big buffoon, you beast, and take away all my trade?" Old Meadows turned on him with the swiftness of an adder. "And what is your trade, Mr. Hugby?" he asked. The brewer bubbled with a sort of bursting anger. The goats all looked at the ground, as is, according to a Roman poet, the habit of the lower animals. Man, in the character of Mr. Patrick Dalroy, taking advantage of a free but fine translation of the Latin passage, looked aloft, and with uplifted eyes beheld his own hereditary skies. "Well, all I can say is," roared Mr. Hugby, "if the police come all this way and can't lock up a dirty loafer whose coat's all in rags, there's an end of me paying these fat infernal taxes, and—" "Yes," said Dalroy in a voice that fell like an axe, "there is an end of you, please God. It's brewers like you that have made the inns stink with poison, till even good men asked for no inns at all. And you are worse than the teetotalers, for you prevented what they never knew. And as for you, eminent man of science, great philanthropist, idealist, and destroyer of inns, let me give one cold fact for your information. You are not respected. You are obeyed, and why should I or anyone respect you particularly? You say you built this town and get up at daybreak to watch this town. You built it for money, and you watch it for more money. Why should I respect you because you are fastidious about food, that your poor old digestion may outlive the hearts of better men? Why should you be the god of this valley, whose god is your belly, merely because you do not even love your God, but only fear him? Go home to your prayers, old man, for all men shall die. Read the Bible if you like, as they do in your German home, and I suppose you once read it to pick texts, as you now read it to pick holes. I don't read it myself, I'm afraid, but I remember some words in old Mulligan's translation, and I leave them with you. Unless God, and he made a movement with his arm so natural and yet so vast that for an instant the town really looked like a toy of bright-colored cardboard at the feet of the giant. Unless God build the city, their labor is but lost that build it. Unless God keep the city, the watchman watcheth in vain. It is lost labor that you rise up early in the morning and eat the bread of carefulness, while he giveth his beloved sleep. Try and understand what that means, and never mind whether it's Elohistic. And now, Hump, we'll away and away. I'm tired of the green tiles over there. Come, fill my cup. And he banged down the cask in the car. Come saddle my horses and call out my men. And tremble, gay goats, in the midst of your glee, for you've not seen the last of my milk can and me. This song was joyously borne away with Mr. Dalroy in the disappearing car, and the motorists were miles beyond pursuit from Peaceways before they thought of halting again. But they were still beside the bank of that noble and enlarging river, and in a place of deep fern and fairy-ribboned birches with the glowing and gleaming water behind them, Patrick asked his friend to stop the car. "By the way," said Humphrey suddenly, "there was one thing I didn't understand. Why was he so afraid of the public analyst? What poison and chemicals does he put in the milk?" "H2O," answered the captain. "I take it without milk myself." And he bent over as if to drink of the stream, as he had done at daybreak. End of chapter 19. Recording by Nicola Kay.
Chapter 20 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Bloomfield. Chapter 20. The Turk and the Futurists. Mr. Adrian Crook was a successful chemist whose shop was in the neighborhood of Victoria, but his face expressed more than is generally required in a successful chemist. It was a curious face, prematurely old and like parchment, but acute and decisive, with real headwork in every line of it. Nor was his conversation, when he did converse, out of keeping with this. He had lived in many countries, and had a rich store of anecdote about the more quaint and sometimes the more sinister side of his work, visions of the vapor of Eastern drugs, or guesses at the ingredients of Renaissance poisons. He himself, it need hardly be said, was a most respectable and reliable apothecary, or he would not have had the custom of families, especially among the upper classes. But he enjoyed as a hobby the study of the dark days and lands where his science had lain sometimes on the borders of magic, and sometimes upon the borders of murder. Hence it often happened that persons who in their serious senses were well aware of his harmless and useful habits would leave his shop on some murky and foggy night, with their heads so full of wild tales of the eating of hemp or the poisoning of roses, they could hardly help fancying that the shop, with its glowing moon of crimson or saffron, like bowls of blood and sulphur, was really a house of the black art. It was doubtless for such conversational pleasures, in part, that Hibbs, however, entered the shop, as well as for a small glass of the same restorative medicine which he had been taking when Leveson found him by the open window. But this did not prevent Hibbs from expressing considerable surprise and some embarrassment when Leveson entered the same chemist's and asked for the same chemical. Indeed, Leveson looked harassed and weary enough to want it. "You've been out of town, haven't you?" said Leveson. "No luck. They got away again on some quibble. The police wouldn't make the arrest, and even old Meadows thought it might be illegal. I'm sick of it. Where are you going?" "I thought," said Mr. Hibbs, "of dropping in at this Post-Futurist exhibition. I believe Lord Ivywood will be there. He is showing it to the Prophet. I don't pretend to know much about art, but I hear it's very fine." There was a long silence, and Mr. Leveson said, "People always prejudiced against new ideas." Then there was another long silence, and Mr. Hibbs said, "After all, they said the same of Whistler." Refreshed by this ritual, Mr. Leveson became conscious of the existence of Crook, and said to him cheerfully, "That's so in your department, too, isn't it? I suppose the greatest pioneers in chemistry were unpopular in their own time." "Look at the Borges," said Mr. Crook. "They got themselves quite disliked." "You're very flippant, you know," said Leveson in a fatigued way. "Well, so long. Are you coming, Hibbs?" And the two gentlemen, who were both attired in high hats and afternoon collars' coats, betook themselves down the street. It was a fine, sunny day, the twin of the day before that had shone so brightly on the white town of Peaceways, and their walk was a pleasant one, along a handsome street with high houses and small trees that overlooked the river all the way. For the pictures were exhibited in a small but famous gallery, a rather rococo building of which the entrance steps almost descended upon the Thames. The building was girt on both sides and behind with gaudy flower beds, and on the top of the steps, in front of the Byzantine doorway, stood their old friend Misysra Ammon, smiling broadly and in an unusually sumptuous costume. But even the sight of that fragrant Eastern flower did not seem to revive altogether the spirits of the drooping secretary. "You have come," said the beaming prophet, "to see the decoration? It is approved. I have approved it." "We came to see the Post-Futurist pictures," began Hibbs, but Leveson was silent. "There are no pictures," said the Turk simply. "If there had been, I could not have approved. For those of our religion, pictures are not good. They are idols, my friends. Look in there." And he turned and darted a solemn forefinger just under his nose toward the gates of the gallery. "Look in there, and you will find no idols at all. I have most carefully looked into every one of the frames. Every one I have approved. No trace of the man form, no trace of the animal form. All decoration as good as the goodest of carpets. It harms not. Lord Ivywood smile of happiness, for I tell him Islam indeed progresses. The old Muslims allow to draw the picture of the vegetable. Here I hunt even for the vegetable, and there is no vegetable." Hibbs, whose trade was tact, naturally did not think it wise that the eminent Misysra should go on lecturing from a tall flight of steps to the whole street and river, so he had slipped past with a general proposal to go in and see. The prophet and the secretary followed, and all entered the outer hall where Lord Ivywood stood with the white face of a statue. He was the only statue the new Muslims were allowed to worship. On a sofa like a purple island in the middle of the sea of floor sat Enid Wimpole, talking eagerly to her cousin Dorian, doing, in fact, her best to prevent the family quarrel which threatened to follow hard on the incident at Westminster. In the deeper perspective of the rooms Lady Joan Brett was floating about, and if her attitude before the Post-Futurist pictures could not be called humble, or even inquiring, it is but just to that school to say that she seemed to be quite as bored with the floor that she walked on, and the parasol she held. Bit by bit, other figures or groups of that world drifted through the exhibition of the Post-Futurists. It is a very small world, but it is just big enough and just small enough to govern a country, that is, a country with no religion. And it has all the vanity of a mob, and all the reticence of a secret society. Leveson instantly went up to Lord Ivywood, pulled papers from his pocket, and was plainly telling him of the escape from Peaceways. Ivywood's face hardly changed. He was, or felt, above some things, and one of them was blaming a servant before the servant's social superiors. But no one could say he looked less like cold marble than before. "I made all possible inquiries about their subsequent route," the secretary was heard saying, "and the most serious feature is that they seem to have taken the road for London." "Quite so," replied the statue. "They will be easier to capture here." Lady Enid, by a series of assurances, most of which were, I regret to say, lies, had succeeded in preventing the scandal of her cousin Dorian actually cutting her cousin Philip. But she knew very little of the masculine temper if she really thought she had prevented the profound intellectual revolt of the poet against the politician. Ever since he heard Mr. Hibbs say, "Yars, yars," and order his arrest by a common policeman, the feelings of Dorian Wimpole had flowed for some 4 days and nights in a direction highly contrary to the ideals of Mr. Hibbs, and the sudden appearance of that blameless diplomatist quickened the mental current to a cataract. But as he could not insult Hibbs, whom socially he did not even know, and could not insult Ivywood, with whom he had just had a formal reconciliation, it was absolutely necessary that he should insult something else instead. All watchers for the dawn will be deeply distressed to know that the post-futurist school of painting received the full effects of this perverted wrath. In vain did Mr. Leveson affirm from time to time, "People always prejudiced against new ideas." Vainly did Mr. Hibbs say at the proper intervals, "After all, they said the same of Whistler." Not by such decent formalities was the frenzy of Dorian to be appeased. "That little Turk has more sense than you have," he said. "He passes it as a good wallpaper. I should say it was a bad wallpaper, the sort of wallpaper that gives a sick man fever when he hasn't got it. But to call it pictures, you might as well call it seats for the Lord Mayor's show. A seat isn't a seat if you can't see the Lord Mayor's show. A picture isn't a picture if you can't see any picture. You can sit down at home more comfortably than you can at a procession, and you can walk about at home more comfortably than you can at a picture gallery. There's only one thing to be said for a street show or a picture show, and that is whether there is anything to be shown. Now then, show me something." "Well," said Lord Ivywood, good-humouredly, motioning toward the wall in front of him, "let me show you the portrait of an old lady." "Well," said Dorian stolidly, "which is it?" Mr. Hibbs made a hasty gesture of identification, but was so unfortunate as to point to the picture of rain in the Apennines instead of the portrait of an old lady, and his intervention increased the irritation of Dorian Wimpole. Most probably, as Mr. Hibbs afterward explained, it was because a vivacious movement of the elbow of Mr. Wimpole interfered with the exact pointing of the forefinger of Mr. Hibbs. In any case, Mr. Hibbs was sharply and horridly fixed by embarrassment, so that he had to go away to the refreshment bar and eat 3 lobster patties, and even drink a glass of that champagne that had once been his ruin. But on this occasion he stopped at 1 glass, and returned with a full diplomatic responsibility. He returned to find that Dorian Wimpole had forgotten all the facts of time, place, and personal pride in an argument with Lord Ivywood, exactly as he had forgotten such facts in an argument with Patrick Dalroy, in a dark wood with a donkey cart. And Philip Ivywood was interested also. His cold eyes even shone, for though his pleasure was almost purely intellectual, it was utterly sincere. "And I do trust the untried. I do follow the inexperienced," he was saying quietly, with his fine inflections of voice. "You say this is changing the very nature of art. I want to change the very nature of art. Everything lives by turning into something else. Exaggeration is growth." "But exaggeration of what?" demanded Dorian. "I cannot see a trace of exaggeration in these pictures, because I cannot find a hint of what it is they want to exaggerate. You can't exaggerate the feathers of a cow or the legs of a whale. You can draw a cow with feathers or a whale with legs for a joke, though I hardly think such jokes are in your line. But don't you see, my good Philip, that even then the joke depends on its looking like a cow, and not only like a thing with feathers? Even then the joke depends on the whale as well as the legs. You can combine up to a certain point. You can distort up to a certain point. After that you lose the identity, and with that you lose everything. A centaur is so much of a man with so much of a horse. The centaur must not be hastily identified with the horsey man, and the mermaid must be maidenly, even if there is something fishy about her social conduct. No, said Lord Ivywood, in the same quiet way. I understand what you mean, and I don't agree. I should like the centaur to turn into something else, that is neither man nor horse. But not something that has nothing of either? Asked the poet. Yes, answered Ivywood, with the same queer, quiet gleam in his colorless eyes. Something that has nothing of either. But what's the good? Argued Dorian. A thing that has changed entirely has not changed at all. It has no bridge of crisis. It can remember no change. If you wake up tomorrow and you simply are Mrs. Dope, an old woman who lets lodgings at Broadstairs, well, I don't doubt Mrs. Dope is a saner and happier person than you are. But in what way have you progressed? What part of you is better? Don't you see this prime fact of identity is the limit set on all living things? No, said Philip, with suppressed but sudden violence. I deny that any limit is set upon living things. Why, then I understand, said Dorian. Why, though you make such good speeches, you have never written any poetry. Lady Joan, who was looking with tedium at a rich pattern of purple and green in which Misysra attempted to interest her, imploring her to disregard the mere title, which idolatrously stated it as First Communion in the Snow, abruptly turned her full face to Dorian. It was a face to which few men could feel indifferent, especially when thus suddenly shown them. Why can't he write poetry? She asked. Do you mean he would resent the limits of metre and rhyme, and so on? The poet reflected for a moment, and then said, Well, partly, but I mean more than that, too. As one can be candid in the family, I may say that what everyone says about him is that he has no humor. But that's not my complaint at all. I think my complaint is that he has no pathos. That is, he does not feel human limitations. That is, he will not write poetry. Lord Ivywood was looking with his cold, unconscious profile into a little black and yellow picture called Enthusiasm. But Joan Brett leaned across to him with swarthy eagerness and cried quite provocatively, Dorian says you've no pathos. Have you any pathos? He says it's a sense of human limitations. Ivywood did not remove his gaze from the picture of Enthusiasm, but simply said, No, I have no sense of human limitations. Then he put up his elderly eyeglass to examine the picture better. Then he dropped it again and confronted Joan with a face paler than usual. Joan, he said, I would walk where no man has walked, and find something beyond tears and laughter. My road shall be my road indeed, for I will make it, like the Romans. And my adventures shall not be in the hedges and the gutters, but in the borders of the ever-advancing brain. I will think what was unthinkable until I thought it. I will love what never lived until I loved it. I will be as lonely as the first man. They say, she said after a silence, that the first man fell. You mean the priests, he answered. Yes, but even they admit that he discovered good and evil. So are these artists trying to discover some distinction that is still dark to us. Oh, said Joan, looking at him with a real and unusual interest. Then you don't see anything in the pictures yourself? I see the breaking of barriers, he answered. Beyond that, I see nothing. She looked at the floor for a little time and traced patterns with her parasol, like one who has really received food for thought. Then she said suddenly, But perhaps the breaking of barriers might be the breaking of everything. The clear and colourless eyes looked at her quite steadily. "Perhaps," said Lord Ivywood. Dorian Wimpole made a sudden movement a few yards off, where he was looking at a picture, and said, "Hullo, what's this?" Mr. Hibbs was literally gaping in the direction of the entrance. Framed in that fine Byzantine archway stood a great big bony man in threadbare but careful clothes, with a harsh, high-featured, intelligent face, to which a dark beard under the chin gave something of the puritanic cast. Somehow his whole personality seemed to be pulled together and explained when he spoke with a north country accent. "Weel, lads," he said genially, "to hoose be main great on to pictures, but I coom for something in a mug. Ha ha!" Levison and Hibbs looked at each other. Then Levison rushed from the room. Lord Ivywood did not move a finger, but Mr. Wimpole, with a sort of poetic curiosity, drew nearer to the stranger and studied him. "It's perfectly awful," cried Enid Wimpole in a loud whisper. "The man must be drunk." "Na, lass," said the man with gallantry, "I've not been drunk nobbut at Herleyfur these years and all. I'm a decent lad and working my way back to Wharfdale. No harm in a moog of ale, lass." "Are you quite sure?" asked Dorian Wimpole, with a singular sort of delicate curiosity. "Are you quite sure you're not drunk?" "I'm not drunk," said the man jovially. "Even if these were licensed premises," began Dorian in the same diplomatic manner. "There's to sign on the hoose," said the stranger. The black, bewildered look on the face of Joan Brett suddenly altered. She took 4 steps toward the doorway, and then went back and sat on the purple ottoman. But Dorian seemed fascinated with his inquiry into the alleged decency of the lad who was working his way to Wharfdale. "Even if these were licensed premises," he repeated, "drink could be refused you if you were drunk. Now, are you really sure you're not drunk? Would you know if it was raining, say?" "Aye," said the man with conviction. "Would you know any common object of your countryside?" inquired Dorian scientifically. "A woman, let us say an old woman." "Aye," said the man with good humour. "What on earth are you doing with the creature?" whispered Enid feverishly. "I am trying," answered the poet, "to prevent a very sensible man from smashing a very silly shop. I beg your pardon, sir. As I was saying, would you know these things in a picture now? Do you know what a landscape is and what a portrait is? Forgive my asking. You see, we are responsible while we keep the place going." There soared up into the sky like a cloud of rooks the eager vanity of the North. "We call your lads are none so badly educated, lad," he said. "In the town I was born in there was a gallery of pictures as fine as Lunnon. Aye, and I knew 'em, too." "Thank you," said Wimpole, pointing suddenly at the wall. "Would you be so kind, for instance, as to look at those 2 pictures? One represents an old woman and the other rain in the hills. It's a mere formality. You shall have your drink when you've said which is which." The Northerner bowed his huge body before the 2 frames and peered into them patiently. The long stillness that followed seemed to be something of a strain on Joan, who rose in a restless manner, first went to look out of a window, and then went out of the front door. At length the art critic lifted a large, puzzled but still philosophical face. "Somehow or other," he said, "I maun be drunk after all." "You have testified," cried Dorian with animation. "You have all but saved civilization, and by God, you shall have your drink." And he brought from the refreshment table a huge bumper of the Hibbsian champagne, and declined payment by the rapid method of running out of the gallery onto the steps outside. Joan was already standing there. Out the little side window she had seen the incredible thing she expected to see, which explained the ludicrous scene inside. She saw the red and blue wooden flag of Mr. Pump standing up in the flower beds in the sun, as serenely as if it were a tall and tropical flower, and yet, in the brief interval between the window and the door, it had vanished, as if to remind her it was a flying dream. but 2 men were in a little motor outside, which was in the very act of starting. They were in motoring disguise, but she knew who they were. All that was deep in her, all that was skeptical, all that was stoical, all that was noble, made her stand as still as one of the pillars of the porch. But a dog, bearing the name of Quoodle, sprang up in the moving car and barked with joy at the mere sight of her, and though she had borne all else, something in that bestial innocence of an animal suddenly blinded her with tears. It could not, however, blind her to the extraordinary fact that followed. Mr. Dorian Wimpole, attired in anything but motoring costume, dressed in that compromise between fashion and art which seems proper to the visiting of picture galleries, did not by any means stand as still as one of the pillars of the porch. He rushed down the steps, ran after the car, and actually sprang into it, without disarranging his Whistlerian silk hat. "Good afternoon," he said to Dalroy pleasantly. "You owe me a motor ride, you know." End of chapter 20. Recording by Mike Bloomfield. Chapter 21 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Bloomfield. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 21. The Road to Roundabout. Patrick Dalroy looked at the invader with a heavy and yet humorous expression, and merely said, "I didn't steal your car. Really, I didn't." "Oh, no," answered Dorian. "I've heard all about it since, and as you're rather the persecuted party, so to speak, it wouldn't be fair not to tell you that I don't agree much with Ivywood about all this. I disagree with him, or rather, to speak medically, he disagrees with me. He has, ever since I woke up after an oyster supper and found myself in the House of Commons with policemen calling out, 'Who goes home?'" "Indeed?" inquired Dalroy, drawing his red, bushy eyebrows together. "Do the officials in Parliament say, 'Who goes home?'" "Yes," answered Wimpole indifferently. "It's a part of some old custom in the days when members of Parliament might be attacked in the street." "Well," inquired Patrick in a rational tone, "why aren't they attacked in the street?" There was a silence. "It is a holy mystery," said the captain at last. "But 'Who goes home?' That is uncommonly good." The captain had received the poet into the car with all possible expressions of affability and satisfaction, but the poet, who was keen-sighted enough about people of his own sort, could not help thinking that the captain was a little absent-minded. As they flew thundering through the mazes of South London, for Pump had crossed Westminster Bridge and was making for the Surrey Hills, the big blue eyes of the big red-haired man rolled perpetually up and down the streets, and after longer and longer silences he found expression for his thoughts. "Doesn't it strike you that there are a very large number of chemists in London nowadays?" "Are there?" asked Wimpole carelessly. "Well, there certainly are 2 very close to each other just over there." "Yes, and both the same name," replied Dalroy. "Crook. And I saw the same Mr. Crook chemicalizing round the corner. He seems to be a highly omnipresent deity." "A large business, I suppose," observed Dorian Wimpole. "Too large for its profits, I should say," said Dalroy. "What can people want with 2 chemists of the same sort within a few yards of each other? Do they put one leg into one shop and one into the other and have their corns done in both at once? Or do they take an acid in one shop and an alkali in the next, and wait for the fizz? Or do they take poison in the first shop and the emetic in the second shop? It seems like carrying delicacy too far. It almost amounts to living a double life." "But perhaps," said Dorian, "he is an uproariously popular chemist, this Mr. Crook. Perhaps there's a rush on some specialty of his." "It seems to me," said the captain, "that there are certain limitations to such popularity in the case of a chemist. If a man sells very good tobacco, people may smoke more and more of it from sheer self-indulgence, but I never heard of anybody exceeding in cod-liver oil. Even castor oil, I should say, is regarded with respect rather than true affection." After a few minutes of silence, he said, "Is it safe to stop here for an instant, Pump?" "I think so," replied Humphrey, "if you'll promise me not to have any adventures in the shop." The motor car stopped before yet a fourth arsenal of Mr. Crook and his pharmacy, and Dalroy went in. Before Pump and his companion could exchange a word, the captain came out again, with a curious expression on his countenance, especially round the mouth. "Mr. Wimpole," said Dalroy, "will you give us the pleasure of dining with us this evening? Many would consider it an unceremonious invitation to an unconventional meal, and it may be necessary to eat it under a hedge or even up a tree. But you are a man of taste, and one does not apologize for Hump's rum or Hump's cheese to persons of taste. We will eat and drink of our best tonight. It is a banquet. I am not very certain whether you and I are friends or enemies, but at least there shall be peace tonight." "Friends, I hope," said the poet, smiling. "But why peace especially tonight?" "Because there will be war tomorrow," answered Patrick Dalroy. "Whichever side of it you may be on, I have just made a singular discovery." And he relapsed into his silence as they flew out of the fringe of London into the woods and hills beyond Croydon. Dalroy remained in the same mood of brooding. Dorian was brushed by the butterfly wing of that fleeting slumber that will come on a man hurried through the air after long lounging in hot drawing-rooms. Even the dog Quoodle was asleep at the bottom of the car. As for Humphrey Pump, he very seldom talked when he had anything else to do. Thus it happened that long landscapes and perspectives were shot past them like suddenly shifted slides, and long stretches of time elapsed before any of them spoke again. The sky was changing from the pale golds and greens of evening to the burning blue of a strong summer night, a night of strong stars. The walls of woodland that flew past them like long assegais were mostly at first of the fenced and park-like sort, endless oblong blocks of black pine wood shut in by boxes of thin grey wood. But soon fences began to sink, and pine woods to straggle, and roads to split, and even to sprawl. Half an hour later Dalroy had begun to realize something romantic and even faintly reminiscent in the roll of the country, and Humphrey Pump had long known he was on the marches of his native land. So far as the difference could be defined by a detail, it seemed to consist not so much in the road rising as in the road perpetually winding. It was more like a path, and even where it was abrupt or aimless, it seemed the more alive. They appeared to be ascending a big, dim hill that was built of a crowd of little hills with rounded tops. It was like a cluster of domes. Among these domes the road climbed and curled in multitudinous curves and angles. It was almost impossible to believe that it could turn itself and round on itself so often without tying itself in a knot and choking. "I say," said Dalroy, breaking the silence suddenly, "this car will get giddy and fall down." "Perhaps," said Dorian, beaming at him. "My car, as you may have noticed, was much steadier." Patrick laughed, but not without a shade of confusion. "I hope you got your car back all right," he said. "This is really nothing for speed, but it's an uncommonly good little climber, and it seems to have some climbing to do just now, and even more wandering." "The roads certainly seem to be very irregular," said Dorian, reflectively. "Well," cried Patrick, with a queer kind of impatience, "you're English, and I'm not. You ought to know why the road winds about like this. Why, the saints deliver us!" he cried. "It's one of the wrongs of Ireland that she can't understand England. England won't understand herself. England won't tell us why these roads go wriggling about. Englishmen won't tell us. You won't tell us." "Don't be too sure," said Dorian, with a quiet irony. Dalroy, with an irony far from quiet, emitted a loud yell of victory. "Right!" he shouted. "More songs of the Car Club. We're all poets here, I hope. Each shall write something about why the road jerks about so much as this, for example," he added, as the whole vehicle nearly rolled over in a ditch. For indeed, Pump appeared to be attacking such inclines as are more suitable for a goat than a small motor car. This may have been exaggerated in the emotions of his companions, who had both, for different reasons, seen much of mere flat country lately. The sensation was like a combination of trying to get into the middle of the maze at Hampton Court and climbing the spiral staircase to the belfry at Bruges. "This is the right way to Roundabout," said Dalroy cheerfully. "Charming place, salubrious spot, you can't miss it. First to the left and right and straight on round the corner and back again. That'll do for my poem. Get on, you slackers. Why aren't you writing your poems?" "I'll try one if you like," said Dorian, treating his flattered egotism lightly. "But it's too dark to write, and getting darker." Indeed, they had come under a shadow between them and the stars, like the brim of a giant's hat, only through the holes and rents in which the summer stars could now look down on them. The hill, like a cluster of domes, though smooth and even bare in its lower contours, was topped with a tangle of spanning trees that sat above them like a bird brooding over its nest. The wood was larger and vaguer than the clump that is the crown of the hill at Chanctonbury, but was rather like it, and held much the same high and romantic position. The next moment they were in the wood itself, and winding in and out among the trees by a ribbon of paths. The emerald twilight between the stems, combined with the dragon-like contortions of the great grey roots of the beeches, had a suggestion of monsters in the deep sea, especially as a long litter of crimson and copper-coloured fungi, which might well have been the more gorgeous types of anemone or jellyfish, reddened the ground like a sunset dropped from the sky. And yet, contradictorily enough, they had also a strong sense of being high up, and even near to heaven, and the brilliant summer stars that stared through the chinks of the leafy roof might almost have been white starry blossoms on the trees of the wood. But though they had entered the wood as if it were a house, their strongest sensation still was the rotatory. It seemed as if that high green house went round and round like a revolving lighthouse, or the whiz-gig temple in the old pantomimes. The stars seemed to circle over their heads, and Dorian felt almost certain he had seen the same beech tree twice. At length they came to a central place where the hill rose in a sort of cone in the thick of its trees, lifting its trees with it. Here Pump stopped the car, and clambering up the slope came to the crawling colossal roots of a very large but very low beech tree. It spread out to the 4 quarters of heaven more in the manner of an octopus than a tree, and within its low crown of branches there was a kind of hollow like a cup, into which Mr. Humphrey Pump of the old ship Pebblewick suddenly and entirely disappeared. When he appeared it was with a kind of rope ladder, which he politely hung over the side for his companions to ascend by. But the captain preferred to swing himself onto one of the octopine branches with a whirl of large wild legs worthy of a chimpanzee. When they were established there, each propped in the hollow against a branch, almost as comfortably as in an armchair, Humphrey himself descended once more, and began to take out their simple stores. The dog was still asleep in the car. "An old haunt of yours, Hump, I suppose?" said the captain. "You seem quite at home." "I am at home," answered Pump with gravity, "at the sign of the old ship," and he stuck the old blue and red signboard erect among the toadstools, as if inviting the passer-by to climb the trees for a drink. The tree just topped the mound or clump of trees, and from it they could see the whole champaign of the country they had passed, with the silver roads roaming about in it like rivers. They were so exalted they could almost fancy the stars would burn them. "Those roads remind me of the songs you've all promised," said Dalroy at last. "Let's have some supper, Hump, and then recite." Humphrey had hung one of the motor lanterns onto a branch above him, and proceeded by the light of it to tap the keg of rum and hand round the cheese. "What an extraordinary thing!" exclaimed Dorian Wimpole suddenly. "Why, I'm quite comfortable. Such a thing has never happened before, I should imagine. And how holy this cheese tastes!" "It has gone on a pilgrimage," answered Dalroy, "or rather a crusade. It's a heroic, a fighting cheese, cheese of all cheeses, cheeses of all the world, as my compatriot Mr. Yeats says to the something or other of battle. It's almost impossible that this cheese can have come out of such a coward as a cow. I suppose," he added wistfully, "I suppose it wouldn't do to explain that in this case Hump had milked the bull. That would be classed by scientists among Irish legends, those that have the Celtic glamour and all that. No, I think this cheese must have come from that dun cow of Dunsmore Heath, who had horns bigger than elephants' tusks, and who was so ferocious that one of the greatest of the old heroes of chivalry was required to do battle with it. The rum's good, too. I've earned this glass of rum. Earned it by Christian humility. For nearly a month I've lowered myself to the beasts of the field and gone about on all fours like a teetotaler. Hump, circulate the bottle, I mean the cask, and let us have some of this poetry you're so keen about. Each poem must have the same title, you know. It's a rattling good title. It's called An Inquiry into the Causes, Geological, Historical, Agricultural, Psychological, Psychical, Moral, Spiritual, and Theological of the alleged cases of double, treble, quadruple, and other curvature in the English road, conducted by a specially appointed secret commission in a hole in a tree by admittedly judicious and academic authorities specially appointed by themselves to report to the dog Quoodle, having power to add to their number and also to take away the number they first thought of. God save the king. Having delivered this formula with blinding rapidity, he added rather breathlessly, "That's the note to strike, the lyric note." For all his rather formless hilarity, Dalroy still impressed the poet as being more distrait than the others, as if his mind were laboring with some bigger thing in the background. He was in a sort of creative trance, and Humphrey Pump, who knew him like his own soul, knew well that it was not mere literary creation. Rather, it was a kind of creation which many modern moralists would call destruction. For Patrick Dalroy was, not a little to his misfortune, what is called a man of action, as Captain Dawson realized when he found his entire person a bright pea-green. Fond as he was of jokes and rhymes, nothing he could write or even sing ever satisfied him like something he could do. Thus it happened that his contribution to the metrical inquiry into the crooked roads was avowedly hasty and flippant, while Dorian, who was of the opposite temper, the temper that receives impressions instead of pushing out to make them, found his artist's love of beauty fulfilled as it had never been before in that noble nest, and was far more serious and human than usual. Patrick's verses ran, "Some say that the Guy of Warwick, the man that killed the cow, and brake the mighty boar alive beyond the bridge and slough, went up against a loathly worm that wasted all the downs, and so the roads they twist and squirm, if I may be allowed the term, from the writhing of the stricken worm that died in 7 towns. I see no scientific proof that this idea is sound, and I should say they wound about to find the town of Roundabout, the merry town of Roundabout, that makes the world go round. Some say that Robin Goodfellow, whose lantern lights the meads, to steal a phrase Sir Walter Scott in heaven no longer needs, such dance around the trysting place the moonstruck lover leads, which superstition I should scout. There is more faith in honest doubt, as Tennyson has pointed out, than in those nasty creeds. But peace and righteousness, St. John, in Roundabout can kiss, and since that's all that's found about the pleasant town of Roundabout, the roads they simply bound about to find out where it is. Some say that when Sir Lancelot went forth to find the Grail, grey Merlin wrinkled up the roads for hope that he should fail. All roads led back to Lyonesse and Camelot in the Vale. I cannot yield assent to this extravagant hypothesis. The plain, shrewd Briton will dismiss such rumours, Daily Mail. But in the streets of Roundabout are no such factions found, or theories to expound about, or roll upon the ground about, in the happy town of Roundabout, that makes the world go round." Patrick Dalroy relieved his feelings by finishing with a shout, draining a stiff glass of his sailor's wine, turning restlessly on his elbow, and looking across the landscape toward London. Dorian Wimpole had been drinking golden rum and strong starlight and the fragrance of forests, and, though his verses too were burlesque, he read them more emotionally than was his wont. Before the Roman came to Rye, or out to Severn strode, the rolling English drunkard made the rolling English road. A reeling road, a rolling road that rambles round the shire, and after him the parson ran, the sexton and the squire. A merry road, a mazy road, and such as we did tread. That night we went to Birmingham by way of Beachy Head. I knew no harm of Bonaparte, and plenty of the squire, and for to fight the Frenchmen I did not much desire, but I did bash their bagonets because they came arrayed to straighten out the crooked road an English drunkard made, where you and I went down the lane with ale mugs in our hands, the night we went to Glastonbury by way of Goodwin Sands. His sins they were forgiven him, or why do flowers run behind him, and the hedges all strengthening in the sun? The wild thing went from left to right, and knew not which was which, but the wild rose was above him when they found him in the ditch. God pardon us, nor harden us, we did not see so clear, the night we went to Bannockburn by way of Brighton Pier. My friends, we will not go again, or ape an ancient rage, or stretch the folly of our youth to be the shame of age, but walk with clearer eyes and ears this path that wandereth, and see undrugged in evening light the decent inn of death. For there is good news yet to hear, and fine things to be seen, before we go to paradise by way of Kensal Green. "Have you written one, Hump?" asked Dalroy. Humphrey, who had been scribbling hard under the lamp, looked up with a dismal face. "Yes," he said, "but I write under a great disadvantage. You see, I know why the road curves about." And he read very rapidly, all on one note. The road turned first toward the left, where Pinker's quarry made the cleft. The path turned next toward the right, because the mastiff used to bite. Then left, because of slippery height, and then again toward the right. We could not take the left because it would have been against the laws. Squire closed it in King William's day, because it was a right-of-way, still right to dodge the ridge of chalk, where Parson's ghost it used to walk, till someone Parson used to know met him blind drunk in Calais. Then left, a long way round to skirt the good land where old Doggy Bert was owner of the crown and cup, and would not give his freehold up. Right, missing the old river bed, they tried to make him take instead. Right, since they say Sir Gregory went mad and let the gypsies be, and so they have their camp secure, and though not honest, they are poor. And that is something. Then along, on first to right, no, I am wrong. Second to right, of course. The first is what the holy sisters cursed, and none defy their awful oaths, since the policeman lost his clothes. Because of fairies, right again, what used to be High Toby Lane. Left by the double larch and right, until the milestone is in sight, because the road is firm and good, from past the milestone to the wood. And I was told by Dr. Lowe, whom Mr. Wimpole's aunt would know, who lives at Oxford writing books, and ain't so silly as he looks. The Romans did that little bit, and we've done all the rest of it, by which we hardly seem to score, left, and then forward as before, to where they nearly hanged Miss Brown, who told them not to cut her down, but loose the rope, or let her swing, because it was a waste of string. Left once again by Hunker's Cleft, and right beyond the elm, and left by Pill's right by 19 Nicks, and left— "No, no, no, Hump, Hump, Hump!" cried Dalroy in a sort of terror. "Don't be exhaustive. Don't be a scientist, Hump, and lay waste fairyland. How long does it go on? Is there a lot more of it?" "Yes," said Pump, in a stony manner. "There is a lot more of it." "And it's all true?" inquired Dorian Wimpole, with interest. "Yes," replied Pump with a smile, "it's all true." "My complaint exactly," said the captain. "What you want is legends. What you want is lies, especially at this time of night, and on rum like this, and on our first and our last holiday. What do you think about rum?" he asked Wimpole. "About this particular rum, in this particular tree, at this particular moment," answered Wimpole, "I think it is the nectar of the younger gods. If you ask me in a general synthetic sense what I think of rum, well, I think it's rather rum." "You find it a trifle sweet, I suppose," said Dalroy with some bitterness. "Sybarite. By the way," he said abruptly, "what a silly word that word hedonist is. The really self-indulgent people generally like sour things and not sweet. that are things like caviar and curries or whatnot. It's the saints who like the sweets. At least I've known at least 5 women who were practically saints, and they all preferred sweet champagne. Look here, Wimpole, shall I tell you the ancient oral legend about the origin of rum? I told you what you wanted was legends. Be careful to preserve this one, and hand it on to your children, for, unfortunately, my parents carelessly neglected the duty of handing it on to me. After the words, "A farmer had 3 sons," all that I owe to tradition ceases. But when the 3 boys last met in the village marketplace, they were all sucking sugar sticks. Nevertheless, they were all discontented, and on that day parted forever. One remained on his father's farm, hungering for his inheritance. One went up to London to seek his fortune, as fortunes are found today in that town forgotten of God. The third ran away to sea, and the first 2 flung away their sugar sticks in shame, and he on the farm was always drinking smaller and sourer beer for the love of money, and he that was in town was always drinking richer and richer wines, that men might see that he was rich. But he who ran away to sea actually ran on board with the sugar stick in his mouth, and St. Peter or St. Andrew, or whoever is the patron of men in boats, touched it and turned it into a fountain for the comfort of men upon the sea. That is the sailor's theory of the origin of rum. Inquiry addressed to any busy captain with a new crew in the act of shipping an unprecedented cargo will elicit a sympathetic agreement. "Your rum, at least," said Dorian good-humouredly, "may well produce a fairy tale, but indeed I think all this would have been a fairy tale without it." Patrick raised himself from his arboreal throne and leaned against his branch with a curious and sincere sense of being rebuked. "Yours was a good poem," he said, with seeming irrelevance, "and mine was a bad one. Mine was bad, partly because I'm not a poet as you are, but almost as much because I was trying to make up another song at the same time. It went to another tune, you see." He looked out over the rolling roads and said almost to himself, "In the city upon slime and loam, they cry in their parliament, 'Who goes home?' And there is no answer in arch or dome, for none in the city of graves goes home. Yet these shall perish and understand, for God has pity on this great land. Men that are men again, who goes home? Tocsin and trumpeter, who goes home? For there's blood on the field, and blood on the foam, and blood on the body when man goes home. And a voice valedictory, 'Who is for victory? Who is for liberty? Who goes home?'" Softly and idly, as he had said this second rhyme, there were circumstances about his attitude that must have troubled or interested anyone who did not know him well. "May I ask," asked Dorian, laughing, "why it is necessary to draw your sword at this stage of the affair?" "Because we have left the place called Roundabout," answered Patrick, "and we have come to a place called Rightabout." And he lifted his sword toward London, and the grey glint upon it came from a low grey light in the east. End of chapter 21. Recording by Mike Bloomfield.
Chapter 22 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 22. The Chemistry of Mr. Crook. When the celebrated Hibbs next visited the shop of Crook, that mystic and criminologist chemist, he found the premises were impressively and even amazingly enlarged with decorations in the Eastern style. Indeed, it would not have been too much to say that Mr. Crook's shop occupied the whole of one side of a showy street in the West End, the other side being a blank facade of public buildings. It would be no exaggeration to say that Mr. Crook was the only shopkeeper for some distance round. Mr. Crook still served in his shop, however, and politely hastened to serve his customer with the medicine that was customary. Unfortunately, for some reason or other, history was, in connection with this shop, only too prone to repeat itself. And after a vague but soothing conversation with the chemist on the subject of vitriol and its effects on human happiness, Mr. Hibbs experienced the acute annoyance of once more beholding his most intimate friend, Mr. Joseph Levison, enter the same fashionable emporium. But indeed, Levison's own annoyance was much too acute for him to notice any on the part of Hibbs. "Well," he said, stopping dead in the middle of the shop, "here is a fine confounded kettle of fish." It is one of the tragedies of the diplomatic that they are not allowed to admit either knowledge or ignorance. So Hibbs looked gloomily wise, and said, pursing his lips, "You mean the general situation." "I mean the situation about this everlasting business of the inn signs," said Levison impatiently. "Lord Ivywood went up specially when his leg was really bad, to get it settled in the House in a small non-contentious bill, providing that the sign shouldn't be enough if the liquor hadn't been on the spot 3 days. "Oh, but," said Hibbs, sinking his voice to soft solemnity, as being one of the initiate, "a thing like that can be managed, don't you know?" "Of course it can," said the other, still with the same slightly irritable air. "It was, but it does not seem to occur to you, any more than it did to his lordship, that there is rather a weak point after all in this business of passing acts quietly before they are unpopular. Has it ever occurred to you that if a law is really kept too quiet to be opposed, it may also be kept too quiet to be obeyed? It's not so easy to hush it up from a big politician without running the risk of hushing it up even from a common policeman." "But surely that can't happen, by the nature of things." "Can't it? By God," said J. Levison, appealing to a less pantheistic authority. He unfolded a number of papers from his pocket, chiefly cheap local newspapers, but some of them letters and telegrams. "Listen to this," he said. "A curious incident occurred in the village of Foltwell in Surrey yesterday morning. The baker's shop of Mr. Whiteman was suddenly besieged by a knot of the looser types of the locality, who appeared to have demanded beer instead of bread, basing their claim on some ornament object erected outside the shop, which object they asserted to be a signboard within the meaning of the Act. There, you see, they haven't even heard of the new Act. What do you think of this from the Clapton Conservator?" The contempt of Socialists for the law was well illustrated yesterday when a crowd collected round some wooden ensign of Socialism set up before Mr. Dugdale's drapery stores, refused to disperse, though told that their action was contrary to the law. Eventually the malcontents joined the procession following the wooden emblem. And what do you say to this? Stop press news. A chemist in Pimlico has been invaded by a huge crowd demanding beer, and asserting the provision of it to be among his duties. The chemist is, of course, well acquainted with his immunities in the matter, especially under the new Act. But the old notion of the importance of the sign seems still to possess the populace, and even, to a certain extent, paralyze the police. What do you say to that? Isn't it as plain as Monday morning that this flying in has flown a day in front of us, as all such lies do?" There was a diplomatic silence. "Well," asked the still angry Levison of the still dubious Hibbs, "what do you make of all that?" One ill-acquainted with that relativity essential to all modern minds might possibly have fancied that Mr. Hibbs could not make much of it. However that may be, his explanations, or incapacity for explanations, were soon tested with a fairly positive test. For Lord Ivywood actually walked into the shop of Mr. Crook. "Good day, gentlemen," he said, looking at them with an expression which they both thought baffling and even a little disconcerting. "Good morning, Mr. Crook. I have a celebrated visitor for you." And he introduced the smiling Miss Isra. The prophet had fallen back on a comparatively quiet costume this morning, a mere matter of purple and orange or what not. But his aged face was now perennially festive. "The cause progresses," he said. "Everywhere the cause progresses. You hear his lordship's beautiful speech?" "I have heard many," said Hibbs gracefully, "that can be so described." "The prophet means what I was saying about the Ballot Paper Amendment Act," said Ivywood casually. "It seems to me the alphabet of statesmanship to recognize now that the great Oriental British Empire has become one corporate whole with the Occidental one. Look at our universities with their Mohammedan students. Soon they may be a majority. Now are we," he went on, still more quietly, "are we to rule this country under the forms of representative government? I do not pretend to believe in democracy, as you know. But I think it would be extremely unsettling and incalculable to destroy representative government. If we are to give Muslim Britain representative government, we must not make the mistake we made about the Hindus and military organization, which led to the mutiny. We must not ask them to make a cross on their ballot papers. For though it seems a small thing, it may offend them. So I brought in a little bill to make it optional between the old-fashioned cross and an upward curved mark that might stand for a crescent. And as it's rather easier to make, I believe it will be generally adopted." "And so," said the radiant old Turk, "the little, light, easily made, curly mark is substituted for the hard, difficult, double-made, cutting both ways mark. It is the more good for hygiene. For you must know, and indeed our good and wise chemist will tell you, that the Saracenic and the Arabian and the Turkish physicians were the first of all physicians, and taught all medicals to the barbarians of the Frankish territories. And many of the most modern, the most fashionable remedies are thus of the Oriental origin." "Yes, that is quite true," said Crook in his rather cryptic and unsympathetic way. "The powder called adenine, lately popularized by Mr. Bose, now Lord Helvellyn, who tried it first on birds, is made of plain desert sand. And what you see in prescriptions as cannabis indiensis is what our lively neighbors of Asia describe more energetically as bhang." "And so, in the same way," said Miss Isra, making soothing passes with his brown hand like a mesmerist, "in the same way the making of the crescent is hygienic. The making of the cross is non-hygienic. The crescent was a little wave, as a leaf, as a little curling feather." And he waved his hand with real artistic enthusiasm towards the capering curves of the new Turkish decoration, which Ivywood made fashionable in many of the fashionable shops. "But when you make the cross, you must make the one line so," and he swept the horizon with the brown hand, "and then you go back and make the other line so," and he made an upward gesture suggestive of one constrained to lift a pine tree, "and then you become very ill." "As a matter of fact, Mr. Crook," said Ivywood in his polite manner, "I brought the prophet here to consult you as the best authority on the very point you have just mentioned, the use of hashish or the hemp plant. I have it on my conscience to decide whether these Oriental stimulants or sedatives shall come under the general veto we are attempting to impose on the vulgar intoxicants. Of course, one has heard of the horrible and voluptuous visions and the kind of insanity attributed to the assassins and the old man of the mountain. But on the one hand, we must clearly discount much for the illimitable pro-Christian bias with which the history of these eastern tribes is told in this country. Would you say the effect of hashish was extremely bad? And he turned first to the Prophet. You will see mosques, said that seer, with candour. Many mosques, more mosques, taller and taller mosques, till they reach the moon. And you hear a dreadful voice in the very high mosque calling the muezzin, and you will think it is Allah. Then you will see wives, many, many wives, more wives than you yet have. Then you will be rolled over and over in a great pink and purple sea, which is still wives. Then you will go to sleep. I have only done it once, he concluded mildly. And what do you think about hashish, Mr. Crook? Asked Ivywood thoughtfully. I think it's hemp at both ends, said the chemist. I fear, said Lord Ivywood, I don't quite understand you. A hempen drink, a murder, and a hempen rope. That's my experience in India, said Mr. Crook. It is true, said Ivywood, yet more reflectively, that the thing is not Muslim in any sense in its origin. There is that against the assassins always. And of course, he added, with a simplicity that had something noble about it, their connection with St. Louis discredits them rather. After a space of silence, he said suddenly, looking at Crook, So it isn't the sort of thing you chiefly sell? No, my lord, it isn't what I chiefly sell, said the chemist. He also looked steadily, and the wrinkles of his young old face were like hieroglyphics. The cars progress, everywhere it progress, cried Miss Isra, spreading his arms and relieving a momentary tension of which he was totally unaware. The hygienic curve of the crescent will soon superimpose himself for your plus sign. You already use him for the short syllables in your dactyl, which is doubtless of Oriental origin. You see the new game? He said this so suddenly that everyone turned round to see him produce from his purple clothing a brightly coloured and highly polished apparatus from one of the grand toy shops, which on examination seemed to consist of a kind of blue slate in a red and yellow frame, a number of divisions being already marked on the slate, about 17 slate pencils, with covers of different colours, and a vast number of printed instructions, stating that it was but recently introduced from the remote East, and was called Noughts and Crescents. Strangely enough, Lord Ivywood, with all his enthusiasm, seemed almost annoyed at the emergence of this Asiatic discovery, more especially as he really wanted to look at Mr. Crook, as hard as Mr. Crook was looking at him. Hibbs coughed considerately, and said, Of course all our things came from the East, and he paused, being suddenly unable to remember anything but curry, to which he was very rightly attached. He then remembered Christianity, and mentioned that too. Everything from the East good, of course, he ended with an air of light omniscience. Those who, in later ages and other fashions, failed to understand how Miss Isra had ever got a mental hold on men like Lord Ivywood, left out two elements in the man which are very attractive, especially to other men. One was that there was no subject on which the little Turk could not instantly produce a theory. The other was that, though the theories were crowded, they were consistent. He was never known to accept an illogical compliment. You are in error, he said solemnly to Hibbs, because you say all things from the East are good. There is the East Wind. I do not like him. He is not good. And I think very much that all the warmth and all the wealthiness and the colours and the poems and the religiousness that the East was meant to give you have been much poisoned by this accident, this East Wind. When you see the green flag of the Prophet, you do not think of a green field in summer. You think it blown by the East Wind. When you read of the moon-faced houris, you think not of our moons like oranges, but of your moons like snowballs. Here a new voice contributed to the conversation. Its contribution, though imperfectly understood, appeared to be, "Nor, what should I wait for a little Jew in his dressing gown? Little Jews in their dressing gowns, as their drinks, as we as our drinks. Bitter miss." The speaker, who appeared to be a powerful person of the plastering occupation, looked round for the unmarried female he had ceremonially addressed, and seemed honestly abashed that she was not present. Ivywood looked at the man with that expression of one turned to stone which his physique made so effective in him. But J. Levison, secretary, could summon no such powers of self-petrification. Upon his soul the slaughter red of that unhallowed eve arose when first the ship and he were foes, when he discovered that the poor are human beings, and therefore are polite and brutal within a comparatively short space of time. He saw that two other men were standing behind the plastering person, one of them apparently urging him to counsels of moderation, which was an ominous sign. And then he lifted his eyes and saw something worse than any omen. All the glass frontage of the shop was a cloud of crowding faces. They could not be clearly seen, since night was closing in on the street, and the dazzling fires of ruby and amethyst which the lighted shop gave to its great globes of liquid rather veiled than revealed them. But the foremost actually flattened and whitened their noses on the glass, and the most distant were nearer than Mr. Levison wanted them. Also, he saw a shape erect outside the shop, the shape of an upright staff and a square board. He could not see what was on the board. He did not need to see. Those who saw Lord Ivywood at such moments understood why he stood out so strongly in the history of his time, in spite of his frozen face and his fanciful dogmas. He had all the negative nobility that is possible to man. Unlike Nelson and most of the great heroes, he knew not fear. Thus he was never conquered by a surprise, but was cold and collected when other men had lost their heads, even if they had not lost their nerve. "I will not conceal from you, gentlemen," said Lord Ivywood, "that I have been expecting this. I will not even conceal from you that I have been occupying Mr. Crook's time until it occurred. So far from excluding the crowd, I suggest it would be an excellent thing if Mr. Crook could accommodate them all in this shop. I want to tell as soon as possible, as large a crowd as possible, that the law is altered, and this folly about the flying in has ceased. Come in, all of you, come in and listen." "Thank you," said a man connected in some way with motor buses, who lurched in behind the plasterer. "Thank ye, sir," said a bright little clock-mender from Croydon, who immediately followed him. "Thanks," said a rather bewildered clerk from Camberwell, who came next in the rather bewildered procession. "Thank you," said Mr. Dorian Wimpole, who entered carrying a large round cheese. "Thank you," said Captain Delroy, who entered carrying a large cask of rum. "Thank you very much," said Mr. Humphrey Pump, who entered the shop carrying the sign of the Old Ship. I fear it must be recorded that the crowd which followed them dispensed with all expressions of gratitude. But though the crowd filled the shop, so there was no standing room to spare, Levison still lifted his gloomy eyes and beheld his gloomy omen. For though there were very many more people standing in the shop, there seemed to be no less people looking in at the window. "Gentlemen," said Ivywood, "all jokes come to an end. This one has gone so far as to be serious, and it might have become impossible to correct public opinion and expound to law-abiding citizens the true state of the law, had I not been able to meet so representative an assembly in so central a place. It is not pertinent to my purpose to indicate what I think of the jest which Captain Dalroy and his friends have been playing upon you for the last few weeks. But I think Captain Dalroy will himself concede that I am not jesting. With all my heart, said Dalroy, in a manner that was unusually serious and even sad. Then he added, with a sigh, as you truly say, my jest has come to an end. That wooden sign, said Ivywood, pointing at the queer blue ship, can be cut up for firewood. It shall lead decent citizens a devil's dance no more. Understand it once and for all, before you learn it from policemen or prison wardens. You are under a new law. That sign is a sign of nothing. You can no more buy and sell alcohol by having that outside your house than if it were a lamppost. Do you mean to say, Governor, said the plasterer, with the dawn of intelligence on his large face, which was almost awful to watch, that I'm to have a glass of bitter? Try a glass of rum, said Patrick. Captain Dalroy, said Lord Ivywood, if you give one drop from that cask to that man, you are breaking the law, and you shall sleep in jail. Are you quite sure? Asked Dalroy, with a strange sort of anxiety. I might escape. I'm quite sure, said Ivywood. I have posted the police with full powers for the purpose, as you will find. I mean that this business shall end here tonight. If I find the policeman what told me I could have a drink just now, I'll knock his helmet into a fancy necktie, I will, said the plasterer. Why ain't people allowed to know the law? They ain't got no right to alter the law in the dark like that, said the clock-mender. Damn the new law. What is the new law? Asked the clerk. The words inserted by the recent act, said Lord Ivywood, with the cold courtesy of the conqueror, are to the effect that alcohol cannot be sold, even under a lawful sign, unless alcoholic liquors have been kept for 3 days on the premises. Captain Dalroy, that cask of yours has not, I think, been 3 days on this premises. I command you to seal it up and take it away. Surely, said Patrick with an innocent air, the best remedy would be to wait till it has been 3 days on the premises. We might all get to know each other better. And he looked round at the ever-increasing multitude with hazy benevolence. You shall do nothing of the kind, said his lordship with sudden fierceness. Well, answered Patrick wearily, now I come to think of it, perhaps I won't. I'll have one drink here and go home to bed like a good little boy. And the constables shall arrest you, thundered Ivywood. Why, nothing seems to suit you, said the surprised Dalroy. Thank you, however, for explaining the new law so clearly. Unless alcoholic liquors have been 3 days on the premises. I shall remember it now. You always explain such things so clearly. You only made one legal slip. The constables will not arrest me. And why not? Demanded the nobleman, white with passion. Because, cried Patrick Dalroy, and his voice lifted itself like a lonely trumpet before the charge. Because I shall not have broken the law. Because alcoholic liquors have been 3 days on these premises. 3 months, more likely. Because this is a common grog shop, Philip Ivywood. Because that man behind the counter lives by selling spirits to all the cowards and hypocrites who are rich enough to bribe a bad doctor. And he pointed suddenly at the small medicine glass on the counter by Hibbs and Levison. What is that man drinking? He demanded. Hibbs put out his hand hastily for his glass, but the indignant clock-mender had snatched it first and drained it at a gulp. Scotch, he said, and dashed the glass to atoms on the floor. Right you are too, roared the plasterer, seizing a big medicine bottle in each hand. We're going to have a little of the fun now, we are. What's in that big red bowl up there? I reckon it's port. Fetch it down, Bill. Ivywood turned to Crook and said, scarcely moving his lips of marble, This is a lie. It is the truth, answered Crook, looking back at him with equal steadiness. Do you think you made the world that you should make it over again so easily? The world was made badly, said Philip, with a terrible note in his voice, "and I will make it over again." Almost as he spoke, the glass front of the shop fell inward, shattered, and there was wreckage among the moonlight-coloured bowls, almost as if spheres of celestial crystal cracked at his blasphemy. Through the broken windows came the roar of that confused tongue that is more terrible than the elements, the cry that the deaf kings have heard at last, the terrible voice of mankind. All the way down the long, fashionable street, lined with the crook plate-glass, that glass was crashing amid the cries of a crowd. Rivers of gold and purple wines sprawled about the pavement. "Out in the open!" shouted Dalroy, rushing out of the shop, signboard in hand, the dog Quoodle barking furiously at his heels, while Dorian with the cheese and Humphrey with the keg followed as rapidly as they could. "Good night, my lord. Perhaps our meeting next may fall at Tamworth in your castle hall. Come along, friends, and form up. Don't waste time destroying property. We're all to start now." "Where are we all going to?" asked the plasterer. "We're all going into Parliament," answered the captain as he went to the head of the crowd. The marching crowd turned 2 or 3 corners, and at the end of the next long street, Dorian Wimpole, who was towards the tail of the procession, saw again the grey Cyclops tower of St. Stephen's, with its one great golden eye, as he had seen it against that pale green sunset that was at once quiet and volcanic, on the night he was betrayed by sleep and by a friend. Almost as far off, at the head of the procession, he could see the sign with the ship and the cross going before them like an ensign, and hear a great voice singing, "Men that are men again, who goes home? Tocsin and trumpeter, who goes home? The voice valedictory, who is for victory? Who is for liberty? Who goes home?" End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eliza. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 23. The March on Ivywood. That storm spirit, or eagle of liberty, which is the sudden soul in a crowd, had descended upon London after a foreign tour of some centuries in which it had commonly alighted upon other capitals. It is always impossible to define the instant and the turn of mood which makes the whole difference between danger being worse than endurance, and endurance being worse than danger. The actual outbreak generally has a symbolic or artistic, or what some would call whimsical cause. Somebody fires off a pistol, or appears in an unpopular uniform, or refers in a loud voice to a scandal that is never mentioned in the newspapers. Somebody takes off his hat, or somebody doesn't take off his hat, and a city is sacked before midnight. When the ever-swelling army of revolt smashed a whole street full of the shops of Mr. Crook, the chemist, and then went on to Parliament, the Tower of London, and the road to the sea, the sociologists hiding in their coal-cellars could think, in that clarifying darkness, of many material and spiritual explanations of such a storm in human souls, but of none that explained it quite enough. Doubtless there was a great deal of sheer drunkenness when the urns and goblets of Asclepius were reclaimed as belonging to Bacchus, and many who went roaring down that road were merely stored with rich wines and liqueurs which are more comfortably and quietly digested at a city banquet or a West End restaurant. But many of these had been blind drunk 20 times without a thought of rebellion. You could not stretch the material explanation to cover a corner of the case. Much more general was a savage sense of the meanness of Crook's wealthy patrons in keeping a door open for themselves which they had wantonly shut on less happy people. But no explanation can explain it, and no man can say when it will come. Dorian Wimpole was at the tail of the procession, which grew more and more crowded every moment. For one space of the march he even had the misfortune to lose it altogether, owing to the startling activity which the rotund cheese, when it escaped from his hands, showed, in descending a somewhat steep road toward the river. But in recent days he had gained a pleasure in practical events which was like a second youth. He managed to find a stray taxicab, and had little difficulty in picking up again the trail of the extraordinary cortege. Inquiries addressed to a policeman with a black eye outside the House of Commons informed him sufficiently of the rebels' line of retreat or advance, or whatever it was, and in a very short time he beheld the unmistakable legion once more. It was unmistakable, because in front of it there walked a red-headed giant, apparently carrying with him a wooden portion of some public building, and also because so big a crowd had never followed any man in England for a long time past. But except for such things, the unmistakable crowd might well have been mistaken for another one. Its aspect had been altered almost as much as if it had grown horns or tusks, for many of the company walked with outlandish weapons like iron teeth or horns, bills and pole-axes, and spears with strangely shaped heads. What was stranger still, whole rows and rows of them had rifles, and even marched with a certain discipline, and yet again others seemed to have snatched up household or workshop tools, meat-axes, pickaxes, hammers, and even carving-knives. Such things need be none the less deadly because they are domestic. They have figured in millions of private murders before they appeared in any public war. Dorian was so fortunate as to meet the flame-haired captain almost face to face, and easily fell into step with him at the head of the march. Humphrey Pump walked on the other side, with the celebrated cask suspended round his neck by something resembling braces, as if it were a drum. Mr. Wimple had himself taken the opportunity of his brief estrangement to carry the cheese somewhat more easily in a very large, loose, waterproof knapsack on his shoulders. The effect in both cases was to suggest dreadful deformities in two persons who happened to be exceptionally cleanly built. The captain, who seemed to be in tearing and towering spirits, gained great pleasure from this, but Dorian had his sources of amusement too. "What have you been doing with yourselves since you lost my judicious guidance?" he asked, laughing. "And why are parts of you a dull review, and parts of you a fancy dress ball? What have you been up to?" "We've been shopping," said Mr. Patrick Dalroy with some pride. "We are country cousins. I know all about shopping. Let us see, what are the phrases about it? Look at those rifles now. We got them at quite a bargain. We went to all the best gunsmiths in London, and we didn't pay much. In fact, we didn't pay anything. That's what is called a bargain, isn't it? Surely I've seen in those things they send to ladies something about giving them away. Then we went to a remnant sale. At least, it was a remnant sale when we left, and we bought that piece of stuff we've tied round the sign. Surely it must be what ladies called chiffon?" Dorian lifted his eyes and perceived that a very coarse strip of red rag, possibly collected from a dust-bin, had been tied round the wooden sign-post by way of a red flag of revolution. "Not what ladies call chiffon?" inquired the captain with anxiety. "Well, anyhow, it is what chiffoniers call it. But as I'm going to call on a lady shortly, I'll try to remember the distinction." "Is your shopping over, may I ask?" asked Mr. Wimpole. "All but one thing," answered the other. "I must find a music shop. You know what I mean. Place where they sell pianos and things of that sort." "Look here," said Dorian. "This cheese is pretty heavy as it is. Have I got to carry a piano, too?" "You misunderstand me," said the captain calmly. And as he had never thought of music shops until his eye had caught one an instant before, he darted into the doorway. Returning almost immediately with a long parcel under his arm, he resumed the conversation. "Did you go anywhere else?" asked Dorian, "except to shops?" "Anywhere else?" cried Patrick indignantly. "Haven't you got any country cousins? Of course we went to all the right places. We went to the Houses of Parliament, but Parliament isn't sitting, so there are no eggs of the quality suitable for elections. We went to the Tower of London. You can't tire country cousins like us. We took away some curiosities of steel and iron. We even took away the halberds from the beef-eaters. We pointed out that for the purpose of eating beef, their only avowed public object, knives and forks had always been found more convenient. To tell the truth, they seemed rather relieved to be relieved of them." "And may I ask," said the other with a smile, "where you are off to now?" "Another beauty spot!" cried the captain boisterously. "No tiring the country cousin. I'm going to show my young friends from the provinces what is perhaps the finest old country house in England. We are going to Ivywood, not far from the big watering place they call Pebblewick." "I see," said Dorian, and for the first time looked back, with intelligent trouble on his face, on the marching ranks behind him. "Captain Dalroy," said Dorian Wimpole in a slightly altered tone, "there is one thing that puzzles me. Ivywood talked about having sent the police to catch us, and though this is a pretty big crowd, I simply cannot believe that the police, as I knew them in my youth, could not catch us. But where are the police? You seem to have marched through half of London with much, if you'll excuse me, of the appearance of carrying murderous weapons. Lord Ivywood threatened that the police would stop us. Well, why didn't they stop us?" "Your subject," said Patrick cheerfully, "divides itself into 3 heads." "I hope not," said Dorian. "There really are 3 reasons why the police should not be prominent in this business, as their worst enemy cannot say that they were." He began ticking off the 3 on his own huge fingers, and seemed to be quite serious about it. "First," he said, "you have been a long time away from town. Probably you do not know a policeman when you see him. They do not wear helmets, as our line regiments did after the Prussians had won. They wear fezzes, because the Turks have won. Shortly, I have little doubt, they will wear pigtails, because the Chinese have won. It is a very interesting branch of moral science. It is called efficiency. Second, explained the captain, you have perhaps omitted to notice that a very considerable number of those wearing such fezzes are walking just behind us. Oh yes, it's quite true. Don't you remember that the whole French Revolution really began because a sort of city militia refused to fire on their own fathers and wives, and even showed some slight traces of a taste for firing on the other side? You'll see lots of them behind, and you can tell them by their revolver belts and their walking in step, but don't look back on them too much. It makes them nervous. And the third reason? Asked Dorian. For the real reason, answered Patrick. I'm not fighting a hopeless fight. People who have fought in real fights don't, as a rule. But I noticed something singular about the very point you mentioned. Why are there no more police? Why are there no more soldiers? I will tell you. There really are very few policemen or soldiers left in England today. Surely that, said Wimpole, is an unusual complaint. But very clear, said the captain gravely, to anyone who has ever seen sailors or soldiers. I will tell you the truth. Our rulers have come to count on the bare bodily cowardice of a mass of Englishmen as a sheepdog counts on the cowardice of a flock of sheep. Now look here, Mr. Wimpole. Wouldn't a shepherd be wise to limit the number of his dogs if he could make his sheep pay by it? At the end you might find millions of sheep managed by a solitary dog. But that is because they are sheep. Suppose the sheep were turned by a miracle into wolves. There are very few dogs they could not tear in pieces. But, what is my practical point? There are really very few dogs to tear. You don't mean, said Dorian, that the British army is practically disbanded? There are the sentinels outside Whitehall, replied Patrick in a low voice. But indeed, your question puts me in a difficulty. No, the army is not entirely disbanded, of course, but the British army. Did you ever hear, Wimpole, of the great destiny of the Empire? I seem to have heard the phrase, replied his companion. It is in 4 acts, said Dalroy. Victory over barbarians, employment of barbarians, alliance with barbarians, conquest by barbarians. That is the great destiny of empire. I think I begin to see what you mean, returned Dorian Wimpole. Of course, Ivywood and the authorities do seem very prone to rely on the sepoy troops. And other troops as well, said Patrick. I think you'll be surprised when you see them. He tramped on for a while in silence, and then said, with some air of abruptness, which yet did not seem to be entirely a changing of the subject, Do you know the man who lives now on the estate next to Ivywood? No, replied Dorian. I am told he keeps himself very much to himself. And his estate, too, said Patrick, rather gloomily. If you would climb his garden wall, Wimpole, I think you would find an answer to a good many of your questions. Oh, yes, the right honourable gentlemen are making full provision for public order and national defence, in a way. He fell into an almost sullen silence, and several villages had been passed before he spoke again. They tramped through the darkness, and dawn surprised them somewhere in the wilder and more wooded parts, where the roads began to rise and roam. Dalroy gave an exclamation of pleasure and pointed ahead, drawing the attention of Dorian to the distance. Against the silver and scarlet bars of the daybreak could be seen afar a dark purple dome with a crown of dark green leaves, the place they had called Roundabout. Dalroy's spirit seemed to revive at the sight, with the customary accompaniment of the threat of vocalism. "Been making any poems lately?" he asked of Wimpole. "Nothing particular," replied the poet. "Then," said the captain, portentously clearing his throat, "you shall listen to one of mine, whether you like it or not. Nay, the more you dislike it, the longer and longer it will be. I begin to understand why soldiers want to sing when on the march, and also why they put up with such rotten songs. The Druids waved their golden knives and danced around the oak, when they had sacrificed a man, but though the learned search and scan, no single modern person can entirely see the joke. But though they cut the throats of men, they cut not down the tree, and from the blood the saplings sprang of oak woods yet to be. But Ivywood, Lord Ivywood, he rots the tree as Ivywood, he clings and crawls as Ivywood, about the sacred tree. King Charles, he fled from Worcester fight, and hid him in an oak. In convent schools no man of tact would trace and praise his every act, or argue that he was in fact a strict and sainted bloke. But not by him the sacred woods have lost their fancies free, and though he was extremely big, he did not break the tree. But Ivywood, Lord Ivywood, he breaks the tree as Ivywood, and eats the wood as Ivywood, between us and the sea. Great Collingwood walked down the glade, and flung the acorns free. The oaks might still be in the grove, as oaken as the beams above, when the great lover, sailor's love, was kissed by death at sea. But though for him the oak trees fell, to build the oaken ships, The woodman worshipped what he smoked, and honoured e'en the chips. But Ivywood, Lord Ivywood, he hates the tree, as Ivywood, as the dragon of the Ivywood, that has us in his grips. They were ascending a sloping road, walled in on both sides by solemn woods, which somehow seemed as watchful as owls awake. Though daybreak was going over them with banners, scrolls of scarlet and gold, and with a wind like trumpets of triumph, the dark woods seemed to hold their secret like dark, cool cellars, nor was the strong sunlight seen in them, save in one or two brilliant shafts that looked like splintered emeralds. "I should not wonder," said Dorian, "if the ivy does not find the tree knows a thing or two also." "The tree does," assented the captain. "The trouble was that until a little while ago the tree did not know that it knew." There was a silence, and as they went up the incline grew steeper and steeper, and the tall trees seemed more and more to be guarding something from sight, as with the grey shields of giants. "Do you remember this road, Hump?" asked Dalroy of the innkeeper. "Yes," answered Humphrey Pump, and said no more, but few have ever heard such fulness in an affirmative. They marched on in silence, and about 2 hours afterward, toward 11 o'clock, Dalroy called a halt in the forest, and said that everybody had better have a few hours' sleep. The impenetrable quality in the woods and the comparative softness of the carpet of beech mast made the spot as appropriate as the time was inappropriate, and if anyone thinks that common people, casually picked up in a street, could not follow a random leader on such a journey or sleep at his command in such a spot, given the state of the soul, then someone knows no history. "I'm afraid," said Dalroy, "you'll have to have supper for your breakfast. I know an excellent place for having breakfast, but it's too exposed for sleep. And sleep you must have, so we won't unpack the stores just now. We'll lie down like babes in the wood, and any bird of an industrious disposition is free to start covering me with leaves. Really, there are things coming, before which you will want sleep." When they resumed the march it was nearly the middle of the afternoon, and the meal which Dalroy insisted buoyantly on describing as breakfast was taken about that mysterious hour when ladies die without tea. The steep road had consistently grown steeper and steeper, and at last Dalroy said to Dorian Wimpole, "Don't drop that cheese again just here, or it will roll right away down into the woods. I know it will. No scientific calculations of grades and angles are necessary, because I have seen it do so myself. In fact, I have run after it." Wimpole realized they were mounting to the sharp edge of a ridge, and in a few moments he knew by the oddness in the shape of the trees what it had been that the trees were hiding. They had been walking along a swelling woodland path beside the sea. On a particular high plateau, projecting above the shore, stood some dwarfed and crippled apple trees, of whose apples no man alive would have eaten, so sour and salt they must be. All the rest of the plateau was bald and featureless, but Pump looked at it, every inch of it, as if at an inhabited place. "This is where we'll have breakfast," he said, pointing to the naked grassy waste. "It's the best inn in England." Some of his audience began to laugh, but somehow suddenly ceased doing so, as Dalroy strode forward and planted the sign of the old ship on the desolate seashore. "And now," he said, "you have charge of the stores we brought, Hump, and we will picnic, as it's said in a song I once sang. The Saracen's Head out of Araby came, King Richard riding in arms like flame, and where he established his folk to be fed, he set up his spear and the Saracen's Head." It was nearly dusk before the mob, much swelled by the many discontented on the Ivywood estates, reached the gates of Ivywood House. Strategically, and for the purposes of a night surprise, this might have done credit to the captain's military capacity, but the use to which he put it actually was what some might call eccentric. When he had disposed his forces with strict injunctions of silence for the first few minutes, he turned to Pump and said, "And now, before we do anything else, I'm going to make a noise." And he produced from under brown paper what appeared to be a musical instrument. "A summons to parley?" inquired Dorian with interest. "A trumpet of defiance, or something of that kind?" "No," said Patrick. "A serenade." End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 24. The Enigmas of Lady Joan. On an evening when the sky was clear, and only its fringes embroidered with the purple arabesques of the sunset, Joan Brett was walking on the upper lawn of the terraced garden at Ivywood, where the peacocks trailed themselves about. She was not unlike one of the peacocks herself in beauty, and, some might have said, in inutility. She had the proud head and the sweeping train, nor was she, in these days, devoid of the occasional disposition to scream. For, indeed, for some time past she had felt her existence closing round her with an incomprehensible quietude, and that is harder for the patience than an incomprehensible noise. Whenever she looked at the old yew hedges of the garden, they seemed to be higher than when she saw them last, as if those living walls could still grow to shut her in. Whenever from the turret window she had a sight of the sea, it seemed to be farther away. Indeed, the whole closing of the end of the turret wing with the new wall of eastern woodwork seemed to symbolize all her shapeless sensations. In her childhood the wing had ended with a broken-down door and a disused staircase. They led to an uncultivated copse and an abandoned railway tunnel, to which neither she nor anyone else ever wanted to go. Still, she knew what they led to. Now it seemed that this scrap of land had been sold and added to the adjoining estate, and about the adjoining estate nobody seemed to know anything in particular. The sense of things closing in increased upon her. All sorts of silly little details magnified the sensation. She could discover nothing about this new landlord next door, so to speak, since he was, it seemed, an elderly man who preferred to live in the greatest privacy. Miss Browning, Lord Ivywood's secretary, could give her no further information than that he was a gentleman from the Mediterranean coast, which singular form of words seemed to have been put into her mouth. As a Mediterranean gentleman might mean anything from an American gentleman living in Venice to a black African on the edge of the Atlas, the description did not illuminate, and probably was not intended to do so. She occasionally saw his liveried servants going about, and their liveries were not like English liveries. She was also, in her somewhat morbid state, annoyed by the fact that the uniforms of the old Pebblewick militia had been changed under the influence of the Turkish prestige in the recent war. They wore fezes like the French zouaves, which were certainly much more practical than the heavy helmets they used to wear. It was a small matter, but it annoyed Lady Joan, who was, like so many clever women, at once subtle and conservative. It made her feel as if the whole world was being altered outside, and she was not allowed to know about it. But she had deeper spiritual troubles also, while under the pathetic entreaties of old Lady Ivywood and her own sick mother she stayed on week after week at Ivywood House. If the matter be stated cynically, as she herself was quite capable of stating it, she was engaged in the established feminine occupation of trying to like a man. But the cynicism would have been false, as cynicism nearly always is, for during the most crucial days of that period she had really liked the man. She had liked him when he was brought in with Pump's bullet in his leg, and was still the strongest and calmest man in the room. She had liked him when the hurt took a dangerous turn, and when he bore pain to admiration. She had liked him when he showed no malice against the angry Dorian. She had liked him with something like enthusiasm on the night he rose rigid on his rude crutch, and, crushing all remonstrance, made his rash and swift rush to London. But despite the queer closing-in sensations of which we have spoken, she never liked him better than that evening when he lifted himself laboriously on his crutch up the terraces of the old garden, and came to speak to her as she stood among the peacocks. He even tried to pat a peacock in a hazy way, as if it were a dog. He told her that these beautiful birds were, of course, imported from the East, by the semi-Eastern Empire of Macedonia. But all the same, Joan had a dim suspicion that he had never noticed before that there were any peacocks at Ivywood. His greatest fault was a pride in the faultlessness of his mental and moral strength, but, if he had only known, something faintly comic in the unconscious side of him did him more good with the woman than all the rest. "They were said to be the birds of Juno," he said, "but I have little doubt that Juno, like so much else of the Homeric mythology, has also an Asiatic origin." "I always thought," said Joan, "that Juno was rather too stately for the seraglio." "You ought to know," replied Ivywood, with a courteous gesture, "for I never saw anyone who looked so like Juno as you do. But, indeed, there is a great deal of misunderstanding about the Arabian or Indian view of women. It is, somehow, too simple and solid for our paradoxical Christendom to comprehend. Even the vulgar joke against the Turks, that they like their brides fat, has in it a sort of distorted shadow of what I mean. They do not look so much at the individual as at womanhood and the power of nature." "I sometimes think," said Joan, "that these fascinating theories are a little strained. Your friend Misysra told me the other day that women had the highest freedom in Turkey, as they were allowed to wear trousers." Ivywood smiled his rare and dry smile. "The prophet has something of a simplicity often found with genius," he answered. "I will not deny that some of the arguments he has employed have seemed to me crude and even fanciful. But he is right at the root. There is a kind of freedom that consists in never rebelling against nature, and I think they understand it in the Orient better than we do in the West. You see, Joan, it is all very well to talk about love in our narrow, personal, romantic way, but there is something higher than the love of a lover, or the love of love." "What is that?" asked Joan, looking down. "The love of fate," said Lord Ivywood, with something like spiritual passion in his eyes. "Doesn't Nietzsche say somewhere that the delight in destiny is the mark of the hero? We are mistaken if we think that the heroes and saints of Islam say Kismet with bowed heads and in sorrow. They say Kismet with a shout of joy. That which is fitting, that is what they really mean. In the Arabian tales, the most perfect prince is wedded to the most perfect princess because it is fitting. The spiritual giants, the genii, achieve it. That is, the purposes of nature. In the selfish, sentimental European novels, the loveliest princess on earth might have run away with her middle-aged drawing-master. These things are not in the path. The Turk rides out to wed the fairest queen of the earth. He conquers empires to do it, and he is not ashamed of his laurels." The crumpled violet clouds around the edge of the silver evening looked to Lady Joan more and more like vivid violet embroideries hemming some silver curtain in the closed corridor at Ivywood. The peacocks looked more lustrous and beautiful than they ever had before, but for the first time she really felt they came out of the land of the Arabian Nights. "Joan," said Philip Ivywood very softly, in the twilight, "I am not ashamed of my laurels. I see no meaning in what these Christians call humility. I will be the greatest man in the world if I can, and I think I can. Therefore, something that is higher than love itself, fate and what is fitting, make it right that I should wed the most beautiful woman in the world, and she stands among the peacocks, and is more beautiful and more proud than they." Joan's troubled eyes were on the violet horizon, and her troubled lips could utter nothing but something like, "Don't." "Joan," said Philip again, "I have told you. You are the woman one of the great heroes could have desired. Let me now tell you something I could have told no one to whom I had not thus spoken of love and betrothal. When I was 20 years old, in a town in Germany, pursuing my education, I did what the West calls falling in love. She was a fisher girl from the coast, for this town was near the sea. My story might have ended there. I could not have entered diplomacy with such a wife, but I should not have minded then. But a little while after I wandered into the edges of Flanders, and found myself standing above some of the last grand reaches of the Rhine. And things came over me but for which I might be crying stinking fish to this day. I thought how many holy or lovely nooks that river had left behind and gone on. It might anywhere in Switzerland have spent its weak youth in a spirit over a high crag, or anywhere in the Rhinelands lost itself in a marsh covered with flowers, but it went on to the perfect sea, which is the fulfilment of a river. Again Joan could not speak, and again it was Philip who went on. "Here is yet another thing that could not be said till the hand of the prince had been offered to the princess. It may be that in the East they carry too far this matter of infant marriages. But look round on the mad young marriages that go to pieces everywhere, and ask yourself whether you don't wish they had been infant marriages. People talk in the newspapers of the heartlessness of royal marriages, but you and I do not believe the newspapers, I suppose. We know there is no king in England, nor has been since his head fell before Whitehall. You know that you and I and the families are the kings of England, and our marriages are royal marriages. Let the suburbs call them heartless. Let us say they need the brave heart that is the only badge of aristocracy." "Joan," he said very gently, "perhaps you have been near a crag in Switzerland, or a marsh covered with flowers. Perhaps you have known a fisher girl. But there is something greater and simpler than all that. Something you find in the great epics of the East. The beautiful woman and the great man and fate." "My lord," said Joan, using the formal phrase by an unfathomable instinct, "will you allow me a little more time to think of this? And let there be no notion of disloyalty, if my decision is one way or the other." "Why, of course," said Ivywood, bowing over his crutch. And he limped off, picking his way among the peacocks. For days afterward Joan tried to build the foundations of her earthly destiny. She was still quite young, but she felt as if she had lived thousands of years worrying over the same question. She told herself again and again, and truly, that many a better woman than she had taken a second best, which was not so first class a second best. But there was something complicated in the very atmosphere. She liked listening to Philip Ivywood at his best, as anyone likes listening to a man who can really play the violin, But the great trouble always is that at certain awful moments you cannot be certain whether it is the violin or the man. Moreover, there was a curious tone and spirit in the Ivywood household, especially after the wound and convalescence of Ivywood, about which she could say nothing except that it annoyed her somehow. There was something in it glorious, but also languorous. By an impulse by no means uncommon among intelligent, fashionable people, she felt a desire to talk to a sensible woman of the middle or lower classes, and almost threw herself on the bosom of Miss Browning for sympathy. But Miss Browning, with her curling reddish hair and white, very clever face, struck the same indescribable note. Lord Ivywood was assumed as a first principle, as if he were Father Time or the Clerk of the Weather. He was called he. The 5th time he was called he. Joan could not understand why she seemed to smell the plants in the hot conservatory. "You see," said Miss Browning, "we mustn't interfere with his career. That is the important thing. And really, I think the quieter we keep about everything, the better. I'm sure he is maturing very big plans. You heard what the Prophet said the other night." "The last thing the Prophet said to me," said the darker lady in a dogged manner, "was that when we English see the English youth, we cry out, 'He is crescent,' but when we see the English aged man, we cry out, 'He is cross.'" A lady with so clever a face could not but laugh faintly, but she continued on a determined theme. "The Prophet said, you know, that all real love had in it an element of fate. And I am sure that is his view, too. People cluster round a centre as little stars do round a star, because a star is a magnet. You are never wrong when destiny blows behind you like a great big wind, and I think many things have been judged unfairly that way. It's all very well to talk about the infant marriages in India." "Miss Browning," said Joan, "are you interested in the infant marriages in India?" "Well," said Miss Browning. "Is your sister interested in them? I'll run and ask her," cried Joan, plunging across the room to where Mrs. Mackintosh was sitting at a table, scribbling secretarial notes. "Well," said Mrs. Mackintosh, turning up a rich-haired, resolute head, more handsome than her sister's, "I believe the Indian way is best. When people are left to themselves in early youth, any of them might marry anything. We might have married a nigger or a fishwife or a criminal." "Now, Mrs. Mackintosh," said Joan with black-browed severity, "you well know you would never have married a fishwife. Where is Enid?" she ended suddenly. "Lady Enid," said Miss Browning, "is looking out music in the music-room, I think." Joan walked swiftly through several long salons, and found her fair-haired and pallid relative actually at the piano. "Enid," cried Joan, "you know I've always been fond of you. For God's sake tell me what is the matter with this house. I admire Philip, as everybody does, but what is the matter with the house? Why do all these rooms and gardens seem to be shutting me in and in and in? Why does everything look more and more the same? Why does everybody say the same thing? Oh, I don't often talk metaphysics, but there is a purpose in this. That's the only way of putting it. There is a purpose, and I don't know what it is." Lady Enid Wimpole played a preliminary bar or two on the piano. Then she said, "Nor do I, Joan. I don't indeed. I know exactly what you mean, but it's just because there is a purpose that I have faith in him and trust him." She began softly to play a ballad tune of the Rhineland, and perhaps the music suggested her next remark. "Suppose you were looking at some of the last reaches of the Rhine, where it flows—" "Enid!" cried Joan. "If you say into the North Sea, I shall scream, scream, do you hear, louder than all the peacocks together." "Well," expostulated Lady Enid, looking up rather wildly, "the Rhine does flow into the North Sea, doesn't it?" "I dare say," said Joan recklessly, "but the Rhine might have flowed into the Round Pond before you would have known or cared, until—" "Until what?" asked Enid, and her music suddenly ceased. "Until something happened that I cannot understand," said Joan, moving away. "You are something I cannot understand," said Enid Wimpole, "but I will play something else if this annoys you." And she fingered the music again with an eye to choice. Joan walked back through the corridor of the music-room and restlessly resumed her seat in the room with the two lady secretaries. "Well," asked the red-haired and good-humoured Mrs. Mackintosh, without looking up from her work of scribbling, "have you discovered anything?" For some moments Joan appeared to be in a blacker state of brooding than usual. Then she said in a candid and friendly tone, which somehow contrasted with her knit and swarthy brows, "No, really. At least, I think I've only found out 2 things, and they're only things about myself. I've discovered that I do like heroism, but I don't like hero worship." "Surely," said Miss Browning in the Girton manner, "the one always flows from the other." "I hope not," said Joan. "But what else can you do with the hero?" asked Mrs. Mackintosh, still without looking up from her writing, "except worship him?" "You might crucify him," said Joan, with a sudden return of savage restlessness as she rose from her chair. "Things seem to happen then." "Aren't you tired?" asked the Miss Browning who had the clever face. "Yes," said Joan, "and the worst sort of tiredness, when you don't even know what you're tired of. To tell the honest truth, I think I'm tired of this house." "It's very old, of course, and parts of it are still dismal," said Miss Browning, "but he has enormously improved it. The decoration with the moon and stars down in the wing with the turret is really—" Away in the distant music-room, Lady Enid, having found the music she preferred, was fingering its prelude on the piano. At the first few notes of it, Joan Brett stood up, like a tigress. "Thanks," she said with a hoarse softness. "That's it, of course. And that's just what we all are. She's found the right tune now." "What tune is it?" asked the wondering secretary. "The tune of harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music," said Joan, softly and fiercely. "When we shall bow down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. Girls, women, do you know what this place is? Do you know why it is all doors within doors and lattice behind lattice, and everything is curtained and cushioned, and why the flowers that are so fragrant here are not the flowers of our hills?" From the distant and slowly darkening music-room, Enid Wimpole's song came thin and clear. "Less than the dust beneath thy chariot wheel, less than the rust that know what we are?" demanded Joan Brett again. "We are a harem." "Why, what can you mean?" cried the younger girl in great agitation. "Why, Lord Ivywood has never—" "I know he has never. I am not sure," said Joan, "even whether he would, ever. I shall never understand that man, nor will anybody else. But I tell you, that is the spirit. That is what we are. And this room stinks of polygamy as certainly as it smells of tuberoses." "Why, Joan," cried Lady Enid, entering the room like a well-bred ghost, "what on earth is the matter with you? You all look as white as sheets." Joan took no heed of her, but went on with her own obstinate argument. "And besides," she said, "if there's one thing we do know about him, it is that he believes on principle in doing things slowly. He calls it evolution and relativity and the expanding of an idea into larger ideas. How do we know he isn't doing that slowly? Getting us accustomed to living like this, so that it may be the less shock when he goes further. Steeping us in the atmosphere before he actually introduces," and she shuddered, "the institution. Is it any more calmly outrageous a scheme than any other of Ivywood's schemes? Than a sepoy commander-in-chief, or Misysra preaching in Westminster Abbey, or the destructions of all the inns in England? I will not wait and expand. I will not be evolved. I will not develop into something that is not me. My feet shall be outside these walls if I walk the roads for it afterward, or I will scream as I would scream trapped in any den by the docks." She swept down the rooms toward the turret with a sudden passion for solitude. But as she passed the astronomical wood-carving that had closed up the end of the old wing, Enid saw her strike it with her clinched hand. It was in the turret that she had a strange experience. She was again, later on, using its isolation to worry out the best way of having it out with Philip when he should return from his visit to London. For to tell old Lady Ivywood what was on her mind would be about as kind and useful as describing Chinese tortures to a baby. The evening was very quiet, of the pale grey sort, and all that side of Ivywood lay before her eyes undisturbed. She was the more surprised when her dreaming took note of a sort of stirring in the grey-purple dusk of the bushes, of whisperings and of many footsteps. Then the silence settled down again, and then it was startlingly broken by a big voice singing in the dark distance. It was accompanied by faint sounds that might have been from the fingering of some lute or viol. "Lady, the light is dying in the skies. Lady, and let us die when honour dies. Your dear dropped glove was like a gauntlet flung when you and I were young. For something more than splendour stood, and ease was not the only good about the woods in Ivywood when you and I were young. Lady, the stars are falling pale and small. Lady, we will not live if life be all. Forgetting those good stars in heaven hung when all the world was young. For more than gold was in a ring, and love was not a little thing. Between the trees in Ivywood, when all the world was young. The singing ceased, and the bustle in the bushes could hardly be called more than a whisper. But sounds of the same sort, and somewhat louder, seemed wafted round corners from other sides of the house, and the whole night seemed full of something that was alive, but was more than a single man. She heard a cry behind her, and Enid rushed into the room as white as one of the lilies. "What awful thing is happening?" she cried. "The courtyard is full of men shouting, and there are torches everywhere, and—" Joan heard a tramp of men marching, and heard, afar off, another song, sung on a more derisive note, something like, "But Ivywood, Lord Ivywood, he rots the tree as ivy would." "I think," said Joan thoughtfully, "it is the end of the world." "But where are the police?" wailed her cousin. "They don't seem to be anywhere about since they wore those feathers. We shall be murdered, or—" 3 thundering and measured blows shook the decorative wood panelling at the end of the wing, as if admittance were demanded with the club of a giant. Enid remembered that she had thought Joan's little blow energetic, and shuddered. Both the girls stared at the stars and moons and suns blazoned on that sacred wall that leapt and shuddered under the strokes of the doom. Then the sun fell from heaven, and the moon and stars dropped down and were scattered about the Persian carpet. And by the opening of the end of the world, Patrick Dalroy came in, carrying a mandolin. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Flying Inn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 25. The Finding of the Superman. "I've brought you a little dog," said Mr. Dalroy, introducing the rampant Quoodle. "I had him brought down here in a large hamper labeled 'Explosives,' a title which appears to have been well selected." He had bowed to Lady Enid on entering, and taken Joan's hand with the least suggestion that he wanted to do something else with it, but he resolutely resumed his conversation, which was on the subject of dogs. "People who bring back dogs," he said, "are always under a cloud of suspicion. Sometimes it is hideously hinted that the citizen who brings the dog back with him is identical with the citizen who took the dog away with him. In my case, of course, such conduct is inconceivable. But the returners of dogs, that prosperous and increasing class, are also accused," he went on, looking straight at Joan with blank blue eyes, "of coming back for a reward. There is more truth in this charge." Then, with a change of manner more extraordinary than any revolution, even the revolution that was roaring round the house, he took her hand again and kissed it, saying with a confounding seriousness, "I know at least that you will pray for my soul." "You had better pray for mine, if I have one," answered Joan. "But why now?" "Because," said Patrick, "you will hear from outside. You may even see from that turret window something which in brute fact has never been seen in England since poor Monmouth's army went down. In spirit and in truth it has not happened since Saladin and Coeur de Lion crashed together. I only add one thing, and that you already know. I have lived loving you, and I shall die loving you. It is the only dimension of the universe in which I have not wandered and gone astray. I leave the dog to guard you,
and he disappeared down the old broken staircase. Lady Enid was much mystified that no popular pursuit assailed the stair or invaded the house, but Lady Joan knew better. She had gone, on the suggestion she most cared about, into the turret room, and looked out of its many windows on to the abandoned copse and tunnel, which were now fenced off with high walls, the boundary of the mysterious property next door. Across that high barrier she could not even see the tunnel, and barely the tops of the tallest trees which hid its entrance from sight. But in an instant she knew that Dalroy was not hurling his forces on Ivywood at all, but on the house and estate beyond it. And then followed a sight that was not an experience, but rather a revolving vision. She could never describe it afterward, nor could any of those involved in so violent and mystical a wheel. She had seen a huge ball of a breaker wash all over the parade at Pebblewick, and wondered that so huge a hammer could be made merely of water. She had never had a notion of what it is like when it is made of men. The palisade put up by the new landlord in front of the old tangled ground by the tunnel, she had long regarded as something as settled and ordinary as one of the walls of the drawing-room. It swung and split and sprang into 1,000 pieces under the mere blow of a human body's bursting with rage, and the great wave crested the obstacle more clearly than she had ever seen any great wave crest the parade. Only when the fence was broken, she saw behind it something that robbed her of reason, so that she seemed to be living in all ages and all lands at once. She could never describe the vision afterward, but she always denied it was a dream. She said it was worse. It was something more real than reality. It was a line of real soldiers, which is always a magnificent sight. But they might have been soldiers of Hannibal or of Attila. They might have been dug up from the cemeteries of Sidon and Babylon, for all Joan had to do with them. There, encamped in English meadows, with a hawthorn tree in front of them, and 3 beeches behind, was something that has never been encamped nearer than some leagues south of Paris, since the Carolists, called the Hammer, broke it backward at Tours. There flew the green standard of that great faith and strong civilization which has so often almost entered the great cities of the West, which long encircled Vienna, which was barely barred from Paris, but which had never before been seen in arms on the soil of England. At one end of the line stood Philip Ivywood, in a uniform of his own special creation, a compromise between the sepoy and the Turkish uniform. The compromise worked more and more wildly in Joan's mind. If any impression remained, it was merely that England had conquered India, and Turkey had conquered England. Then she saw that Ivywood, for all his uniform, was not the commander of these forces, for an old man with a great scar on his face, which was not a European face, set himself in front of the battle, as if it had been a battle in the old epics, and crossed swords with Patrick Dalroy. He had come to return the scar upon his forehead, and he returned it with many wounds, though at last it was he who sank under the sword thrust. He fell on his face, and Dalroy looked at him with something that is much more great than pity. Blood was flowing from Patrick's wrist and forehead, but he made a salute with his sword. As he was doing so, the corpse, as it appeared, laboriously lifted a face with feeble eyelids, and, seeming to understand the quarters of the sky by instinct, Oman Pasha dragged himself a foot or so to the left, and fell with his face towards Mecca. After that the turret turned round and round about Joan, and she knew not whether the things she saw were history or prophecy. Something in the last fact of being crushed by the weapons of brown men in yellow, secretly entrenched in English meadows, had made the English what they had not been for centuries. The hawthorn tree was twisted and broken, as it was at the battle of Ashdown, when Alfred led his first charge against the Danes. The beech trees were splashed up to their lowest branches with the mingling of brave heathen and brave Christian blood. She knew no more than that when a column of the Christian rebels, led by Humphrey of the Sign of the Ships, burst through the choked and forgotten tunnel, and took the Turkish regiment in the rear. It was the end. That violent and revolving vision became something beyond the human voice or human ear. She could not intelligently hear even the shots and shouts round the last magnificent rally of the Turks. It was natural, therefore, that she should not hear the words Lord Ivywood addressed to his next-door neighbour, a Turkish officer, or rather to himself. But his words were, "I have gone where God has never dared to go. I am above the silly supermen, as they are above mere men. When I walk in the heavens, no man has walked before me, and I am alone in a garden. All this passing about me is like the lonely plucking of garden flowers. I will have this blossom, I will have that." The sentence ended so suddenly that the officer looked at him as if expecting him to speak, but he did not speak. But Patrick and Joan wandered together in a world made warm and fresh again, as it can be for few in the world that calls courage frenzy and love superstition, feeling every branching tree as a friend with arms open for the man, or every sweeping slope as a great train trailing behind the woman, did one day climb up to the little cottage that was now the home of the Superman. He sat playing with a pale, reposeful face, with scraps of flowers and weed put before him on a wooden table. He did not notice them, nor anything else around him, scarcely even Enid Wimpole, who attended to all his wants. "He is perfectly happy," she said quietly. Joan, with the glow on her dark face, could not prevent herself from replying, "And we are so happy." "Yes," said Enid, "but his happiness will last." And she wept. "I understand," said Joan, and kissed her cousin, not without tears of her own. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Maria Therese. End of The Flying Inn by G.K. Chesterton.